Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump.
Private sector to fund strategically placed among the Trump cabinet foreign secretary to Christian Turner, British ambassador to the United States of America, President Trump just shaking hands with the communications secretary to International King as well. The President and His Majesty the King descending the steps, followed by the First Lady
Ladies and gentlemen, the National Anthem of the United Kingdom, followed by the National Anthem of the United States.
Present! Present! Art! Present! Art!
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
going, all right?
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. What a beautiful British day this is. And it really is. Your Majesties, members of the British delegation, friends, service members, and distinguished guests, welcome to the beautiful White House. Great honor to have you. Melania and I will never forget the spectacular honor Your Majesties showed us during our extraordinary visit to Windsor Castle last September. Now it is our tremendous privilege to host you, and you're going to have a wonderful short stay, but stay nevertheless. Then you're going over to Congress, and you're going to make a speech that's going to make everybody very envious of that beautiful accent of yours. Very elegant. He's a very elegant man. Here in the shadows of monuments to George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, honoring the British King might seem an ironic beginning to our celebration of 250 years of American independence. But in fact, no tribute could be more appropriate. Long before Americans had a nation or a constitution, we first had a culture, a character, and a creed. Before we ever proclaimed our independence, Americans carried within us the rarest of gifts, moral courage, and it came from a small but mighty kingdom from across the sea. For nearly 2 centuries before the Revolution, this land was settled and forged by men, women, who bore in their souls the blood and noble spirit of the British. Here on a wild and untamed continent, they set loose the ancient English love of liberty and the Great Britain's distinctive sense of glory, destiny, and pride. And that's what it is, glory, destiny, and pride. The American patriots who pledged their lives to independence in 1776 were the heirs to this majestic inheritance. Their veins ran with Anglo-Saxon courage. Their hearts beat with an English faith in standing firm for what is right, good, and true. In recent years, we've often heard it said that America is merely an idea, but the cause of freedom did not simply appear as an intellectual invention of 1776. The American founding was the culmination of hundreds of years of thought, struggle, sweat, blood, and sacrifice on both sides of the Atlantic. Fate drew a long arc from the meadow at Runnymede to the streets of Philadelphia that ran through the lives of people born and bred on the British code that no man should be denied either justice or right. American patriots today can sing "My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty," only because our colonial ancestors first sang, "God save the King." We see today a living symbol of this centuries-old bond, just a few dozen feet to the left where I stand. There, Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth, an incredible woman who I had the privilege of getting to know. Queen Elizabeth II, very, very special woman who is very greatly missed on both sides of that mighty Atlantic. Long ago planted a young tree. It was a very young and beautiful tree, and look at it now. It's tripled in size and tripled in strength, very much as our nations have even more than tripled. Like our nation itself, it was laid with British hands but grew in American soil. Today it stands tall and proud, reaching ever higher. And this morning it reminds us that the mightiest of trees, like the greatest of nations, must be anchored by the strongest and deepest of roots. In the centuries since we won our independence, Americans have had no closer friends than the British. We share that same root. We speak the same language. We hold the same values. And together our warriors have defended the same extraordinary civilization under twin banners of red, white, and blue. My wonderful mother, Mary MacLeod, was born in Stornoway, Scotland, the Hebrides, and that's what they call very serious Scotland. There's no question about it. Some places they say, well, it wasn't really Scotland. The Hebrides, that's real serious Scotland. That's where they had their greatest of warriors, their greatest of warriors. She came to America at 19, met my incredible father. We loved him so much. We all loved him. We loved her. We loved him, Fred. And they were married for 63 years. And excuse me if you don't mind. That's a record we won't be able to match, darling. I'm sorry. Just not going to work out that way. We'll do well, but we're not going to do that well. 63 years. And my mother, I just see it so clearly. She loved, and I told the king this, she loved the royal family, and she loved the queen. And anytime the queen was involved in a ceremony or anything, my mother would be glued to the television, and she'd say, look, Donald, look how beautiful that is. She really did love the family, but I also remember her saying very clearly, Charles, look, young Charles, he's so cute. My mother. My mother had a crush on Charles. Can you believe it? Amazing how, I wonder what she's thinking right now. But beneath those beautiful flags, 8 decades ago, Prime Minister Winston Churchill and President Franklin Roosevelt famously met on a ship in the North Atlantic to outline a vision for the free world after World War II. That understanding of our nation's unique bond and role in history is the essence of our special relationship, and we hope it will always remain that way. The ship where the two great leaders met was called the Prince of Wales, the very title that His Majesty the King held longer than any other individual in British history, and he held it with great pride and respect. It's said that when Prime Minister Churchill first met this future king many decades ago, he was so impressed, he made the statement, he is so young to think so much and so well. And the bust of your great Prime Minister rests proudly again in the Oval Office. We're very proud to bring it back. We brought it back. Throughout His Majesty's life, the world has witnessed that same thoughtfulness which first struck Britain's greatest Prime Minister. His Majesty's intellect, passion, and devotion have been really a blessing to the British people, but not only to his own country, but to the cherished bond between the United States and the United Kingdom. And I am very certain that it will continue that way long into the future. In a few hours, His Majesty will stand in the heart of the United States Capitol as the very first British king ever to address a joint session of the United States Congress. So he's going to be addressing Congress, and I'm going to be watching. I was thinking of going, but they said, I don't know, that might be a step too far. I would love to go. It's not supposed to be protocol, but I would love to be with you. But there, the direct descendant of King George III will speak to the direct successor of the very body that gathered in Independence Hall on July 4th, 1776. If John Adams and George Washington or the King's fifth great-grandfather could see that sight, they might be absolutely shocked, but probably only for a moment. Surely they would be delighted that the wounds of war healed into the most cherished friendship. Think of that very, very long ago difficult war, and yet those wounds did indeed heal into the most cherished of friendships, most cherished. They would be moved beyond words to know that the soldiers who once called each other Redcoats and Yankees became the Tommies and the GIs who together saved the free world as brothers in arms and brothers in eternity, and nobody fought better together than us. If they could see us today, our ancestors would surely be filled with awe and pride that the Anglo-American Revolution in human freedom was never, ever extinguished, but carried forward across centuries, across oceans, and across history until it became a fire that lit the entire world. So today we look back on 250 years. Let us remember what has made our countries the two most exceptional nations the world has ever known. And together let us go forward with even stronger resolve to carry on our sacred devotion to liberty and to the traditions of excellence that have been our shared gift of all mankind. Your Majesties, thank you once again for making this important visit. We are so honored. May God forever bless the United Kingdom, Great Britain, and Northern Ireland, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the conclusion of the ceremony and departure of the official party.
You have been watching live images coming into the Associated Press from our coverage of the visit to the United States by King Charles and Queen Camilla. I am Meg Kennard here back in our Washington, D.C. headquarters, along with you for this entire big day 2 of this royal visit to the United States. As you were watching there, ahead of the King and Queen's arrival at the White House, you were seeing all kinds of images from the bands playing there on the White House grounds to all variety of different gathered guests sitting in the rain for at least a little bit of it, awaiting remarks by the president, and also seeing the King and Queen as they entered the White House. Some of those images were brought to you by AP's own Dan Huff, who is a video journalist on our team who has been covering the White House and all things government for us for more than 30 years. So a big shout out to Dan, who is one of our hardworking journalists across Washington today, helping bring some of that coverage to us so we can bring it to you. But also joining me today here on set is Sagar Meghani, who you remember from many elections past and other big events. Sagar, thank you so much for being with me today. It is such a treat to do this with you.
This one's a little bit different than election night, but it's
or the State of the Union. We're inside the Capitol. We're back here talking about very different stuff.
It's about the most pomp and pageantry you can get here. A state visit at the White House with a monarch. The first time we've seen a British monarch here since now King Charles's late mother, Queen Elizabeth, was here 19 years ago. So a big day across Washington.
We don't see this happen very often. And you and I, we've spent more time at the White House than I have, but you see a lot of foreign leaders come and go. The president is always hosting somebody from somewhere. But this is very different to have all of these different layers, and as you note, the pomp and circumstance of the Drum and Fife Corps and the Marine Band and all of those different pieces that we see today.
State visits are an animal unto themselves, and you only get, at most, a handful a year. You know, you'll have the big dinner in the evening. You have the fancy arrival ceremony. It's worth noting Prince Charles, then Prince Charles, had made several visits to the White House. He never got a state arrival because he was not the monarch. So this is something different for him on his 20th visit now to the U.S. 19 as the Prince of Wales. Now not that he is any stranger to the formality of such things.
Sure.
He is the King of England. But this is just something different, highly choreographed, will last into the evening at the White House. In between, he'll be heading to Capitol Hill to address Congress, which is rare in and of itself.
Sure.
So a full day as part of a 4-day visit here to Washington.
We just saw the King and Queen go into the White House after the president gave some brief remarks, which we'll talk about here in a moment. But run us through a little bit of what's on tap for them inside the White House. Some of these events are closed to the press, so we don't have visuals on them right now. But what exactly is going on? From what I remember from other state visits, there's usually an exchange of gifts formally between the two countries, but what else is going on?
That is supposed to be happening right now. So when you watch the president and the king walk through what appeared to be a doorway, that's actually a window going into the Blue Room of the White House. That is where the two couples were going to do the gift exchange, and we always wait a little bit to find out from the White House exactly what gifts were exchanged. It's always a little bit of fascinating color. The King and Queen will sign the guest book for the White House, and then there'll be a receiving line in the cross hall right outside the Blue Room, where they'll have the delegations greet each other and give all the other American dignitaries a chance to greet the king again after getting to see him. Shake hands with several cabinet secretaries and other White House officials out on the soft lawn. This will be more of an indoor, drier event for them.
Sure. And another thing that I guess is interesting to point out, just in making observations of events in and around the White House, we usually see a lot of this taking place on the other side of the grounds. But when Jack Arresto, our Deputy Chief of Bureau, when he and I were having a conversation yesterday about all of these events, one thing we mentioned was the East Wing being gone. That's usually where we see a lot of, especially for state dinners, we see people coming in. But now being on the south side of the White House, there's always different things being planned and moved around, and the staff is working very hard to transition from one event to the other. But now they're doing it on a completely opposite side of the building than they usually would be.
One thing that is now a constant on the south side, really on the north side as well, is the constant sound of the construction of the White House ballroom, although that is still the subject of legal. This spot dozens of times over the last several months. There has not been a red carpet. There has not been an honor guard, just for the record.
They don't roll that out for you at work?
They do not, nor for the rest of the media. So yeah, this is, I mean, I didn't frankly know what we were looking at for a second. This is something entirely new. They would walk out of the mansion itself and walk along the colonnade, as you said, and then turn the corner and go into the Oval Office. That is the shot that we get. It's something the President Trump, likes to show off because that area there now has his Hall of the Presidents with all their pictures and their bios and all kinds of other gold stuff, because I feels like every time we walk out there, there's something new.
There's always
shiny
something added. That's right.
There. So this is very much different than what we would ordinarily see with any foreign leader or really any foreign visitor.
And that carpet there obviously is going around something in the middle. This is one of those new statues that the president has recently had installed in the patio area. So you can see that they're obviously going to be taking literally a walk around at least part of it to make this journey to the Oval Office. So that will give the president an opportunity, I would imagine, to describe what they're looking at. And he and the king seem to have been having some pretty friendly conversation as they walk around. So I would imagine this will be part of that too.
As someone who's been going to the White House off and on for 20 years, it's hard to overstate just how different all of this looks, how different the feel is. President Trump is saying changed so much of the decor and then the actual geography. Right, there are times where we walk outside for a Marine One departure or whatever it might be, and everyone kind of looks over and says, "Wow, is there another statue there?" Or, "Oh, that bench didn't used to be there."
Constantly seeing those updates come through in the pool notes.
These things are just categorically different than they were before. Definitely different from the last time then Prince Charles would have been at the White House. But yes, President Trump does love to show off all of this. And I'm sure King Charles will be getting an earful about a whole lot of it.
And we had seen in September when President Trump hosted the Saudi Arabian leader back at the end of last year, walking along that colonnade and doing exactly what you note, showing off that presidential walk of fame. I think that was actually in September, or November, misspoke. And so those are the images that we're accustomed to seeing. But now as these new things are added, as the geography changes, I don't know, but I would imagine that there may be some conversation about the ballroom project, which, as you note, is ongoing. And we've seen our reporting from our colleagues who are at the White House today is ongoing today as they hear some of that as they're on the complex. They're covering all of these events and just covering other things at the White House itself, but the construction proceeds. Sagar, as we wait to see what will be coming forth here with this red carpet here in the Rose Garden, I wanted to talk a little bit more about what's coming up for the king at the White House. He's going to be having a bilateral meeting with President Trump in the Oval Office. That's something we're accustomed to seeing for foreign leaders coming to the White House. At the same time, the First Lady and Queen Camilla will be doing their own sort of event. I think that's going to be at the Tennis Pavilion, which is not really a part of the White House complex that I'm super familiar with.
I think I've maybe been by it once in the southwest corner, way at the bottom of the South Lawn. It's an area that the public really never gets to see. Fascinating part of the White House. You have the grandkids garden with handprints, and you have, it's where Michelle Obama had her vegetable garden planted. Melania Trump has worked to get this tennis pavilion in place, basketball court / tennis pavilion. So they will go down there and talk with some kids about U.S., UK history, and there's always some type of event where for lack of a better term here, the first ladies or the spouses will do their thing. This will be theirs. We will get to see some of that. What we will not see as of now is the president and the king sitting down in the Oval Office. It is what is listed as closed press on the White House schedule. Ordinarily, vast majority of the time, those are open. And those are the ones where you've heard the president go on long spiels, go after Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky, for example, have a bit of a tense meeting with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, but for whatever reason, this one is not open. So the first time we're going to hear from King Charles will be when he gives his address to a joint session of Congress later this afternoon.
And the king doesn't really give interviews. That's not, when you talk about Keir Starmer, there's a difference in the UK, right, between the head of state and the head of government. And so that is what we've understood, that during this visit, those remarks before the joint session later on today will really be his remarks, his comment to America during this trip. And, we were watching the president's remarks there just now, and I was thinking, oh, okay, well, this is when the foreign leader would then also make his or her remarks. But then I remembered, about that joint address.
It also hadn't occurred to me, frankly, until right now, that the scene in the Oval Office, when they bring in not just the White House press pool, but whatever pool is traveling with whomever it is, in this case the king, but a president, a prime minister, whomever it might be, it is maybe the most famous office in the world. It's also a complete zoo when the pool's rushed in there to watch the president and whomever. So that spectacle of questions being shouted and jostling is not the most royal sight you can think of.
A little chaotic, and it's not really that big of a space.
Yeah, it's a very enclosed space, and as someone who's gotten, hit plenty of times and shoved around and almost knocked over a sofa, that kind of thing, it's not the most dignified process. So it makes sense that you're not going to expose the King of England to that. Let him walk down into the House chamber and actually address Congress in a much more formal, dignified way.
Yeah, certainly. And we'll be talking in a little bit about what we expect to see during that address. While we wait to see activity here on this red carpet through the Rose Garden, I was hoping that we could kind of talk just for a moment about the president's remarks. We just noted King Charles did not speak here at the White House publicly, but the president did for, I think I clocked it at about 12 minutes, giving remarks to those who were gathered and to the foreign visitors also from the UK. The first thing that it struck me the president made clear to point out that he was the recipient of similar hospitality last year when he and the First Lady made their own trip to the United Kingdom and were hosted, and so now he was happy to return that favor. And that's something that Jack Arresto and I were talking about a little bit yesterday. This trip has been in the planning for a long time. You know, we've here at the AP have kind of been putting together our own plans in terms of how we will cover it for several weeks at this point. But at a higher level, at the government level, this has been anticipated because the United States and Great Britain have always had this traditionally close relationship. And it struck me that starting off with remembering his own trip to the UK, then President Trump went in to talk about all of those, the history, really, saying that it seemed maybe a little ironic to have the King of England come when we're talking about the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. But what stood out for you in listening to President Trump today?
It's clearly, this whole visit is clearly an attempt to not reset this special relationship, as they call it, but it's definitely been under strain over the last several months. We've heard President Trump routinely almost insult Prime Minister Keir Starmer, most recently over Starmer hedging on getting involved in the Iran war in any way. You know, I have to do what's right for my country. You go do what's right for yours. The president actually came out and said, this is not Winston Churchill we're dealing with. It's a pretty good insult in the UK.
Right.
So that, and then the broader backdrop of the president and some fraying alliances and his routine attacks on NATO and deriding the European Union and the tariffs that he has put on, it's kind of upended the global order, and especially this relationship that was just seen as the relationship has been under strain. But notably, I mean, the president's gone after everyone from the Pope on down. He has notably always spoken very highly of King Charles, almost gone out of his way. Even when asked about things like climate change and the environment, of which Charles is a champion, we've heard the president deride people who, heck that, almost praised him for speaking out. So you could tell that there's something genuine there. So this is an effort to kind of show people, like, hey, this is all fine. We're good. There are going to be some issues, that's fine, some upheaval, but this has now been 250 years of history. The president pointed to FDR and Churchill meeting to plan out what the end of World War II would look like and what the free world would look like after that. It's interesting that these are two men who clearly approach things very different ways, very different personalities, but this is Charles's chance to tell not just Congress, not just the Joint Chiefs of Staff, not just whomever else is in the House chamber, but the American people, everything's fine. We're good. This alliance, this bond, this special relationship cannot be broken by any one thing or two things or criticism or whatever it is that is happening right now.
And then conversely, I would also think that it would make sense to assume that the king, through his interactions with President Trump, with members of Congress, with leaders of Congress whom he will be meeting when he goes over to the Capitol later today, that he could take some of that sentiment back to the UK, to Prime Minister Keir Starmer, to those government officials with whom President Trump has been feuding over a variety of different issues, particularly related to the war in Iran, and do a kind of soft diplomacy. That's what we kind of see when we have these bifurcated systems in a country that still has a monarchical system, but also an elected leadership, and trying to see what kind of roles those monarchs play while not really the head of government, certainly still the head of state, and therefore perhaps having some influence on the people who are actually making the governmental decisions.
The king as peacemaker, that's a little bit of an interesting way to look at this. I have to assume that Keir Starmer will come up during this Oval meeting, and it'll be interesting to see if we hear from the Prime Minister in coming days about whatever this report back might be.
Certainly, and I think it's really interesting, too, that you mention the king and his emphasis on some of those issues with whom President Trump, for example, may find disagreement with many in his party when it comes to particularly like the environment and conservation issues, something that those have been important issues for King Charles for the whole time that I've been aware of him, certainly for his whole public life. And so these kinds of visits do seem to give him an opportunity to engage on those levels like climate and culture and just an overall civil society that I think we as Americans, when we look toward England, that's kind of the assumption that we make, that it is a civil place. But he can kind of connect on all of those levels without that baggage of electoral politics, without having to worry. I mean, President Trump has mentioned it several times when he talks about King Charles, not having to face voters, and that must be nice.
He's not worried about the midterms.
No,
Let's
not
put it
worried
that
about
way.
the midterms or anything like that, but really also still able to have a very high-level conversation in a very different kind of vein.
The speech before Congress will, again, a lot of it from what British officials have told us, we'll touch on NATO. We'll touch on the European Union. We'll touch on these transatlantic alliances. You don't expect the King of England to come out and be critical or to make news in a bad way. Let's put it, come out with fiery rhetoric. It'll be softer than that. It'll be much more nuanced than that. But we're expecting the point to be very clear. Like, these alliances matter. This has all mattered for decades, in this case for 2.5 centuries now. Let's make sure we keep that up. Let's not just abandon everybody. So at this time, with the Iran still going, with gas prices hitting their highest point since the war began 6 weeks ago, to have King Charles, right, one of the most visible people in the world for the last how many years, half century or so, be able to stand before the U.S. Congress, which again is a privilege reserved for very few people, like Winston Churchill, for example, and be able to send that message at this time in history, I think is going to be pretty important. And I think it's going to give people perhaps a different way to step back and look at what's happening in the world right now.
Absolutely. Speaking of that joint address to Congress, which, we prepare for these kinds of events and take ourselves in the Wayback Machine, so to speak, in U.S. history and all kinds of history to try to remind ourselves of what has happened before. This feels like a large moment. You mentioned that as Prince of Wales, now King Charles, has been to the United States a lot, has spent a lot of time here. But this is his first obvious visit as the reigning monarch. But he's still only the second royal from the UK to make this kind of address. Not an invitation that happens all the time. Obviously, these visits are somewhat rare, but does it feel like, given all of those geopolitical concerns that you just mentioned, that that's another layer of intentionality in terms of inviting him to come and make those comments and to have that space with elected leaders at the congressional level?
I would think so. I mean, it's been 35 years, right? His mother was the last British monarch given this honor, addressing a joint meeting of Congress, not joint session, a joint meeting of Congress. It's only the 6th time a sitting monarch has even visited the United States. So that in and of itself,
And that struck
is a
me
big
when
deal.
I was researching that. I just
It
figured
hadn't
it had been more.
happened from the time of independence until 1939, when King George VI, Charles's grandfather, came to New York to meet with FDR. It just had not happened in the intervening time. It's not common now, but at least this is now, a half dozen times. Not a whole lot, but then again, the U.S. president doesn't go over to meet with the king or the queen in that sense either. But we've heard some lawmakers say that they're very much looking forward to the address because they want to hear that perspective about why the bond and the bonds with others, plural, matter. And just that spectacle in and of itself. Again, we were at the Capitol, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, to watch the president give his State of the Union.
Right.
This will be that same walk down the middle of that chamber. I don't know if people will be frantically reaching out to shake hands. I don't know that you're just allowed to grab the King of England, but I don't know if they'll wait for autographs like we see after the State of the Union. But that visual, in and of itself, 35 years after the last one, is notable just for that reason.
And I know I said I wanted to talk about the joint address, but before we go into a little bit more of what's going to be happening around that, I think as we see on our screen again this red carpet through the Rose Garden where the president and the king are there in the White House at the moment. Sagar, let's talk a little bit just about the relationship that you referenced that these British monarchs have forged with American presidents through the years. this personal bond that we seem to be, at least from our vantage point, the friendly interactions that are taking place in front of us between the president and the king, that's not a layer that was always there. Clearly, if there weren't visits happening until 1939, and then with George VI coming over as World War II was really kind of in the offing and feeling, the UK feeling somewhat exposed because of what was happening to their neighboring countries and seeking US assistance with that. It is very interesting, at least to me as a history nerd and a politics nerd, to look through the decades. One, there's only been one other monarch since George VI to this one, and that was Queen Elizabeth. So she had the opportunity to develop relationships with a lot of US presidents during her long reign, but also to think about the ways that that kind of relationship, even if it changes between different principles, different presidents, different monarchs, that could benefit both countries in a way that I'm sure a while ago, after our Declaration of Independence, would not have really been conceived as possible or something that would be beneficial.
So let's look at that first one, that 1939, King George VI having hot dog diplomacy.
Hot dog summits, my favorite.
A term you love. This is because the British had pledged to defend Poland against Nazi Germany, but needed U.S. munitions to do that. And the U.S. to that point, a couple of years before entering the war, was very hesitant about getting involved at all. So this became King George VI coming to America to essentially seek military help. Think about the optics of that. If you were the British, we fought a war, you're now independent, now we have to come ask you and say, hey, we really need some weapons and materiel to do this. Sure, that relationship was forged. How better to do it than over hot dogs sitting in Hyde Park? And then Queen Elizabeth just had that way about her, right? She made the entire world essentially fall in love with her and had a good relationship with George W. Bush, for example, on the last monarch state visit that we had here in Washington in 2007. It would just be fascinating to hear what those conversations are like. I mean, you look at the Queen of England or the King of England and the President of the United States, right? The titles don't get any bigger than that. How involved is the king in geopolitical affairs? How much is he going to privately, not what we're going to hear in the Capitol, discuss the nuances of the Iran war, or how much money NATO members should be spending on their own defense, or you need to ease off on the tariffs against the European Union nations, or whatever it might be. But as we talked about before, clearly the president feels like he has a good, if not personal friendship with the king, he at least has a very obviously high level of public admiration for him. And we just do not hear Donald Trump talk about very many people in the way that he talks about King Charles.
Yeah, it struck me going back to the president's remarks, just to kind of think about it's one of those things I think that showed us that friendly kind of relationship, that convivial nature of the way that they reference each other. But, the president talking about how he wished that he could go over to the Capitol for King Charles's remarks so he could hear that elegant accent, which is it's kind of complimentary way, but also, that's a pretty familiar way to be talking about a monarch of the United Kingdom. But then the president was really able to make personal references too, and I did anticipate that he might bring this up, but talking about his mother's own Scottish heritage and how much she admired Queen Elizabeth, and even saying that his mother had a crush on Prince Charles when he was Prince of Wales, but that she loved the royals and was very supportive of them. And that's something that I think we might, since the president doesn't often talk about his mother's heritage, he does at sometimes.
When he was over in the UK.
Certainly, yeah, when he's made those visits. That's right. I feel like maybe we hear more about his father's influence on him, but his mother obviously played a major role too. And so to be reminding not just a U.S. audience, but everyone watching this gathering that he does consider himself to have close ties to that part of the world as well, I thought that was an important way for the president to point out, yes, I am connected to this, and it's a special bond for the U.S. and the U.K., but it's also a bond for me personally.
And saying that Mary Trump said, look at cute Charles. I thought, oh no, what's coming? Oh, she had a crush on him.
Right.
Didn't anticipate that, but there you have life at the White House.
There's always something of a surprise that you can anticipate that
You
there
can
will
count
be.
on.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Another thing that the president mentioned, which clearly is different in our system as it is in anywhere with a monarchical system, was that there had been this long reign of Queen Elizabeth, King Charles's mother, and the president turned to First Lady Melania Trump and said, I don't think that's a record that we're going to be able to match, meaning, of course, he is limited in the amount of time that he can serve in office. It's different for the royal family. But this, all of these things I just mentioned because it was lighthearted. There was a bit of not policy, but a structured approach to history, I guess, when President Trump talked about the words of "My country, 'tis of thee," which is clearly something that we as Americans hear and participate in a lot, that music. He said that was only possible because of something like "God Save the King." I'm wrapping up those remarks, Sagar, because you can see on your screen now, we see the president and King Charles, followed by First Lady Melania Trump and Queen Camilla. They are walking on that red carpet through the Rose Garden area we were talking about a little bit ago, walking around that statue. The president just paused there. Can't hear what he was saying, but perhaps he was talking about this new addition there to the Rose Garden area. So this is, again, Sagar, that pathway that we've been talking about. We see our colleagues in the press hustling around, as we are often told to do on White House grounds by folks who are in charge of getting the press where we're supposed to go.
So that is the area right outside the Oval Office. That is the colonnade where, as we were saying before, you would ordinarily come down. Now you do see them do that. I've never seen that roundabout way to do it.
That seems like an intentional change.
And you can see the gold that we were referencing before in the background. That is the Hall of Presidents behind the president and the king right now, and they will come toward the cameras, and this is the White House press pool that is assembled to hopefully at least get shots of them. So there you have them going into the door, but again, this is listed as closed press, meaning the White House press pool will not be invited inside. However, we have had many days where events are listed as closed, and all of a sudden the pool sprints out of the West Wing to get into the Oval.
And so on a day like this as well, there's the White House press pool, but there's also the foreign press pool traveling along with King Charles. And so, Sagar, you've worked in and out of the White House for a long time. During a visit like this, are both of those press pools kind of put together in terms of where they're moving around?
You're technically separated. You line up separately, but then you all go into a very confined space. So let's say you'll have a lot of reporters that travel with, let's say, a Japanese prime minister. So when you go into the Oval Office, there are a good 45 people in there in a space that does not accommodate 45 people very well. So it becomes a little bit crazy. But again, as we said, the crush in there, the yelling of questions, one would assume that the intent here was just to shield the King of England from having to deal with that. Let him speak to Congress. Let it be, in the very nice House chamber, not seated in front of a fireplace with several dozen people yelling questions at him.
And as we have seen so many times before, even when an event does open up to those of us from the media and perhaps the other foreign leader or whoever's sitting there with the president, perhaps they wouldn't want to speak. It is, I would say, maybe not a certainty, but almost inevitable that President Trump will at least say something or entertain a question from a member of the media. So as to kind of avoid the possibility of that happening, let's just not let them in.
There have been many times where a foreign leader is sitting in that other chair just silently, almost blank-faced, stone-faced, whatever you want to call it, while the president fields a half hour of questions. And these are leaders of their countries. They're not used to just sitting there almost, ornamentally in the background with, literally just kind of twiddling. We joke about twiddling thumbs. I mean, I've been there. They'll just sit there with nothing to do. Their press pool might try to yell questions. The White House press pool is rather aggressive, and the president knows people, and he will point them out, and there will be a lot of questions. All that to say, the odds of us seeing the two of them sitting inside that office right now are I would say, pretty close to nil.
I mean, we will keep an eye on our live cameras just in the event that any of that does open up, although I agree with all of the ways that you've set that out. So we're seeing now, as they pop up on your screen, these are live pictures of that tennis pavilion that Sagar was describing earlier on in the southwest corner of the White House grounds. This is where the Queen and the First Lady will be holding an event here shortly. Sagar, just remind us for a moment the provenance of this particular structure and how it's changed a little bit.
Yeah, this has been a basketball court during the Obama administration. This has been a tennis court. The First Lady during the first Trump administration had worked to get this pavilion erected and was apparently very proud of what happens there. Again, as someone who goes into the White House a lot, I've never come anywhere near this building.
It seems kind of tucked away.
Yeah, I mean, it literally is tucked away from public view, and it's just a part of the South Lawn that we do not get to go on. Not that we have free reign to walk around anyway, but they don't take us down to that. But there is, again, the grandchildren's park there. There is the vegetable garden that Michelle Obama planted. Some other things that are just not parts of the White House campus that are usually well known, certainly not public in any way. So it's a very interesting choice, but clearly these things are not accidental, right? This is what the First Lady chose to show Queen Camilla. So there is definitely a reason behind why they would have this all set up as the place where they're going to speak with little kids about British U.S. history.
And it's also, I think, do you know if this is near the new beehive that's been installed, another big project of the First Lady's? I think it's somewhere close by.
It is very close by. So they would end up probably walking by it, although the King and Queen did get a look at it yesterday. Out of all the stories we talk about at the White House recently, I did not have beehive on my list of things that we would.
Why not? That seems very logical.
When I first saw it, I thought, I don't even know what this means. Where are they going? But like we said, very little surprises us nowadays inside that place. So a beehive and a tennis court, why not?
Why not? Absolutely. And this, you mentioned that they walked by this yesterday, and posting about this on social media, I got a lot of questions from people. Well, are they using honey from the beehive for the tea that they're having at the White House? And I don't have a definitive answer to that.
I wish I did, actually.
I would like to have that factoid. Unfortunately, to people who ask me that on the internet and elsewhere, I still don't know.
I would like some of the honey. I bet that would be good.
That would be good. I hear what you did there.
All right.
Okay.
I think we're done.
So this is where the First Lady and the Queen will be holding their event, while the President and the King are in the Oval Office, where we will not see them. After these events here on the White House campus are done, there's a little bit of a lag time, right, until the King goes to Congress for his joint address.
Entirely depends on how long they decide to sit in the Oval, because those things, the public portion of them that I've been in, some of them have lasted literally 90 seconds. Some of them we've been there for an hour. And that's not to say how long the meeting in and of itself goes. That's only the part where the press pool has been brought in. So, I mean, could this meeting last a half hour? Sure. Could it last an hour and a half? It's entirely possible. I don't know exactly what they're going to have the King do in between leaving the White House grounds. Does he go straight to the Capitol at that point? Do they go to the embassy, to the ambassador's residence? Do they go to Blair House? We don't know. What we do know is that we expect to see him walk into the House chamber on Capitol Hill at 3 o'clock to then address this joint meeting of Congress. I now have to correct myself on that. I've been correcting everybody else for 3 days. Now I have to correct myself.
And why is it a joint meeting and not a joint session?
Because it is not a session per se that is being gavelled in, where you're going to hear from the president. This is when they come together, when you'll hear a foreign leader or someone else give a speech. Again, it doesn't happen much, but there is an actual term for it, and it is not the same thing as you and I saw a few months ago when the president comes in and it's a joint session.
So in this sort of circumstance, I mean, so the speaker doesn't gavel in?
As far as I know,
sergeant?
unless they're changing something about this,
Okay.
and I mean that would be highly, highly unusual. But it is more a formality than anything else.
Always the intricacies of covering Washington and all the various terminology. I feel like I learned something new
There's a lot of terminology.
every day. It is interesting to think about, though, aside from perhaps those formalities of what this is called and how exactly it will open up. This is going to feel kind of like a State of the Union, just when you consider all of the different people who will be there. Maybe not the president, although he did say earlier he wished he could go, but the members of Congress and different branches of government and cabinet officials. To you, like, does that kind of like translate the import and the gravitas of what a speech like this is intended to be?
Absolutely. If for no other reason than that backdrop is so familiar, right? We just associate what the camera is looking at in the front of the chamber with a State of the Union address, with the President of the United States, you know, as the Constitution says, updating Congress from time to time on the State of the Union. It's a little bit, jarring is not the word, but it's just, it makes your brain kind of stop for a second when you see someone else, especially a foreign leader, or, Pope Francis, for example, standing there instead. But the fact that you are bringing together both houses of the Congress, America's top uniformed military officials, the diplomatic corps, at least one retired Supreme Court justice, gravitas is probably the right word, right? This is intended to look like and be a big deal. And again, at a time when some conciliatory words are probably needed, we heard them from the president. He made that very important special relationship claim, explicitly tying that to the king and the current leadership. This will be the king's chance to relay that in the other direction.
Yeah, absolutely. I know this has been in planning for a really long time on both sides, but for it all to be happening at this moment, where there have obviously been many developments in recent months in the Middle East and the ceasefire and dealing with the war in Iran, and there's still the war between Russia and Ukraine happening too, both circumstances that have enveloped the U.S. and the U.K. in different ways. For all of that to be happening now, and these comments happening now, I'm not trying to read too much into what the king may or may not say, but I mean, obviously, it seems like a very pivotal time.
Yeah, I mean, the timing, these things don't come together. This wasn't, the president and Keir Starmer are at odds. I should probably go to the U.S. This did not come together last week or last month, as you said.
I'm going to interrupt you really quickly just because we are seeing the First Lady and Queen Camilla there for their engagement at the tennis pavilion. We will listen in and leave you with these images. We'll be back in a bit.
Yeah.
Have you? First one. So where did you go? Are you on, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. What a beautiful British day this is. And it really is. Your Majesties, members of the British delegation, friends, service members, and distinguished guests, welcome to the beautiful White House. Great honor to have you. Melania and I will never forget the spectacular honor Your Majesties showed us during our extraordinary visit to Windsor Castle last September. Now it is our tremendous privilege to host you, and you're going to have a wonderful short stay, but stay nevertheless. Then you're going over to Congress, and you're going to make a speech that's going to make everybody very envious of that beautiful accent of yours. Very elegant. He's a very elegant man. Here in the shadows of monuments to George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, honoring the British King might seem an ironic beginning to our celebration of 250 years of American independence. But in fact, no tribute could be more appropriate. Long before Americans had a nation or a constitution, we first had a culture, a character, and a creed. Before we ever proclaimed our independence, Americans carried within us the rarest of gifts, moral courage, and it came from a small but mighty kingdom from across the sea. For nearly 2 centuries before the Revolution, this land was settled and forged by men, women, who bore in their souls the blood and noble spirit of the British. Here on a wild and untamed continent, they set loose the ancient English love of liberty and the Great Britain's distinctive sense of glory, destiny, and pride. And that's what it is, glory, destiny, and pride. The American patriots who pledged their lives to independence in 1776 were the heirs to this majestic inheritance. Their veins ran with Anglo-Saxon courage. Their hearts beat with an English faith in standing firm for what is right, good, and true. In recent years, we've often heard it said that America is merely an idea, but the cause of freedom did not simply appear as an intellectual invention of 1776. The American founding was the culmination of hundreds of years of thought, struggle, sweat, blood, and sacrifice on both sides of the Atlantic. Fate drew a long arc from the meadow at Runnymede to the streets of Philadelphia that ran through the lives of people born and bred on the British code that no man should be denied either justice or right. American patriots today can sing "My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty," only because our colonial ancestors first sang, "God save the King." We see today a living symbol of this centuries-old bond, just a few dozen feet to the left where I stand. There, Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth, an incredible woman who I had the privilege of getting to know. Queen Elizabeth II, very, very special woman who is very greatly missed on both sides of that mighty Atlantic. Long ago planted a young tree. It was a very young and beautiful tree, and look at it now. It's tripled in size and tripled in strength, very much as our nations have even more than tripled. Like our nation itself, it was laid with British hands but grew in American soil. Today it stands tall and proud, reaching ever higher. And this morning it reminds us that the mightiest of trees, like the greatest of nations, must be anchored by the strongest and deepest of roots. In the centuries since we won our independence, Americans have had no closer friends than the British. We share that same root. We speak the same language. We hold the same values. And together our warriors have defended the same extraordinary civilization under twin banners of red, white, and blue. My wonderful mother, Mary MacLeod, was born in Stornoway, Scotland, the Hebrides, and that's what they call very serious Scotland. There's no question about it. Some places they say, well, it wasn't really Scotland. The Hebrides, that's real serious Scotland. That's where they had their greatest of warriors, their greatest of warriors. She came to America at 19, met my incredible father. We loved him so much. We all loved him. We loved her. We loved him, Fred, and they were married for 63 years. And excuse me if you don't mind. That's a record we won't be able to match, darling. I'm sorry. Just not going to work out that way. We'll do well, but we're not going to do that well. 63 years. And my mother, I just see it so clearly. She loved, and I told the king this, she loved the royal family, and she loved the Queen. And anytime the Queen was involved in a ceremony or anything, my mother would be glued to the television, and she'd say, look, Donald, look how beautiful that is. She really did love the family, but I also remember her saying very clearly, Charles, look, young Charles, he's so cute. It's my mother. My mother had a crush on Charles. Can you believe it? Amazing how, I wonder what she's thinking right now. But beneath those beautiful flags, 8 decades ago, Prime Minister Winston Churchill and President Franklin Roosevelt famously met on a ship in the North Atlantic to outline a vision for the free world after World War II. That understanding of our nation's unique bond and role in history is the essence of our special relationship, and we hope it will always remain that way. The ship where the two great leaders met was called the Prince of Wales, the very title that His Majesty the King held longer than any other individual in British history, and he held it with great pride and respect. It's said that when Prime Minister Churchill first met this future king many decades ago, he was so impressed, he made the statement, he is so young to think so much and so well. And the bust of your great Prime Minister rests proudly again in the Oval Office. We're very proud to bring it back. We brought it back. Throughout His Majesty's life, the world has witnessed that same thoughtfulness which first struck Britain's greatest Prime Minister. His Majesty's intellect, passion, and devotion have been really a blessing to the British people, but not only to his own country, but to the cherished bond between the United States and the United Kingdom. And I am very certain that it will continue that way long into the future. In a few hours, His Majesty will stand in the heart of the United States Capitol as the very first British king ever to address a joint session of the United States Congress. So he's going to be addressing Congress, and I'm going to be watching. I was thinking of going, but they said, I don't know, that might be a step too far. I would love to go. It's not supposed to be protocol, but I would love to be with you. But there, the direct descendant of King George III will speak to the direct successor of the very body that gathered in Independence Hall on July 4th, 1776. If John Adams and George Washington or the King's fifth great-grandfather could see that sight, they might be absolutely shocked, but probably only for a moment. Surely they would be delighted that the wounds of war healed into the most cherished friendship. Think of that very, very long ago difficult war, and yet those wounds did indeed heal into the most cherished of friendships, most cherished. They would be moved beyond words to know that the soldiers who once called each other Redcoats and Yankees became the Tommies and the GIs who together saved the free world as brothers in arms and brothers in eternity, and nobody fought better together than us. If they could see us today, our ancestors would surely be filled with awe and pride that the Anglo-American Revolution in human freedom was never, ever extinguished, but carried forward across centuries, across oceans, and across history until it became a fire that lit the entire world. So today we look back on 250 years. Let us remember what has made our countries the two most exceptional nations the world has ever known. And together let us go forward with even stronger resolve to carry on our sacred devotion to liberty and to the traditions of excellence that have been our shared gift of all mankind. Your Majesties, thank you once again for making this important visit. We are so honored. May God forever bless the United Kingdom, Great Britain, and Northern Ireland, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought I put it.
mean, aren't you? press and officials only can come speak. You're official, right? You're MP. Thank you, guys.
He just closed it. You know that's it.
When I pan around, that will just sort it out.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, we're good, because I'm going to go back there after. Yeah.
It's on, as you go in the door, it's on the right hand side. On the shelf. I drew a little J inside there, but I don't think I want to do it. man. How you doing? Good? Looking forward to taking a picture of some people in a very dark room. I'll ask them to walk slowly for you. This is chaos.
Either way. I think we're all going to the same place. No, it's not. Never going to go right up. Oh, no, I thought into the shot. I can't talk. I'll just follow
Plan is that once he walks through, you all can leave absolutely. That's the plan. They already did it. No, they're walking straight. If they stop, they stop. Okay. Today it's your session, sorry. We're going to leave after you're done upstairs. And then whoever has a ticket, I will take you upstairs. Properly, yes. Unless you have a ticket to go to the joint session. Then you're going to pay. We're going upstairs to the joint session. You can go back upstairs that way if you want to. You got to do what you got to do. Yep. No, because it's that's my lunch. So. Yeah, I wish I had that. I wish I had, yeah, that's my. I get like the fun pack of like animal crackers.
Keep
155.57-ish. Questions? Questions, concerns, questions?
making sure that you guys are all set. Do not worry. I swear.
I know you're not going to. You're going to be straight. But we were talking. What's the same line? Because I've been doing this for years. But you're okay.
I mean, honestly, like, that wasn't Kevin's. I also like I've never reached a podcast that didn't exist in my life. We have processes and basically firefighters. Yeah, everybody like Ken and I podcasts.
We should not stand in front of them, though. Let's just imagine.
Hey, Javen, how'd that ladder work out? Perfect. What were you doing there?
Yes, I was.
You actually ended up in a good place.
I mean, that's where I'd like to be, but I wasn't at your room to sit straight in my room. You know, I'm not sure. The problem is the stack is you're not right. It's blocked.
Yeah, this gives us like, if they go nice and slow.
This shot right here in the middle, which is
You think it's too professional? I did, yeah. So I was
I honestly, I thought
like, you know, on it for by the time they came down, it's a conversation. Yeah, they were on my church. I was like, wait, so you know, when it was like, extra communion.
wide shot time or no?
That was stupid, but I was like,
Press with a gallery ticket.
Christine.
Do we have to go like right to the thing?
Everybody with a ticket goes into the chamber. Cameras, break down, roll it out.
Oh, okay.
You may not. You may not. Yes. So, everybody else has to take a sign.
Oh, she's supposed to come through? Yeah. I assume we'll be coming with this.
I think like 220, but I guess
This was the only press event here. If you don't have a ticket and you're a gallery regular with an office space in one of the Congressional media galleries, you may also gather.
Which gallery are you looking at? You must have tickets to get the daily gallery.
On my laptop.
Because once you get there,
I might get back. Always a pleasure, bro. See you. You as well.
come over to the book.
I will. I'll shoot you a text. Okay.
If you don't mind, because I just want to make sure that I'm leaving. Got a ticket, just follow that, he will escort you up to gate.
how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
A little like on the road.
I know, that's good to see. Do you need any help since you need to file right now and I'm right here for you?
Another top quickly.
Okay.
And then go into the dress.
Take care of some
Go
business.
home.
Oh. Look at you. I got him. I got him. Keep filing. I got him. Stop. Handle your business.
I'm glad I got to see you.
Take care of it.
Yes, I believe so. And if you can, there is the elevator. That is the big elevator. Okay. Like that elevator. I'm guessing the doors are shut down at the moment, but like that's the only reason I don't go that way is because I know I'm going to end up. Thank you for the help. That was very well. There's always something about that.
End of story. Good to see you, brother. You too. Catch you on the next one. Yeah, are you done or are you gonna go out there? I might be joining you. Sorry. Oh no, I might be joining you out there. We'll see.
He's right there. She goes, Vance is coming. I go, he's right here.
I'm gonna
I think the CNN thing was great. The brunch.
Yeah?
Yeah, Kara and I had a great time, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
We kind of knew everybody. And
That's so cool.
not everybody, but everybody was like just happy to see us, and we just moved around. They were like, great.
That's so nice.
We just went home and sent everything, and it was pretty smooth.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm glad it worked out.
The British were great. They're really good
Right.
staff. Thanks for recommending on that.
Yeah, of course. And how was obviously the evening for you?
Oh, it was crazy. Yeah. It was
I
really
saw
good.
your shots, of course.
It was a little scary.
Right.
Definitely scary.
So, right when you heard it, did you shift, or like what was your situation?
We just left the buffer to go to our, because everyone was starting to eat.
Yeah.
So it was like outside the ballroom, up the short steps, and then we were down at the bottom of the stairs in there. It's like the main hallway, sort of, and because we were sitting at the bottom of the steps, they just had tables set up to us, like off to the side, with all of our dinners, and
Wait, how long was the event? Like, was it 4 hours, like always?
it was supposed to be, but it ended before nobody got dinner. It ended before it
Oh,
started.
sorry. I thought you were still talking about CNN. Sorry.
Oh, no,
we're
it's in
now
the
on.
evening.
Sorry.
I was like,
Okay.
with dinner.
No. Sorry. I was just looking at the editor writing. So
Yeah.
back to the dinner. So you were saying you were in the buffer.
Oh, yeah. What were you
In the
asking
dinner.
about before?
Sorry. I asked you about CNN. Then we switched to the dinner, and then I looked here.
Oh, you're good.
Use this. Wait. Sorry. One sec.
I'll hang out here. See if it goes through.
Wait, sorry. Okay, so you were in the buffer at the dinner, and you heard everything?
Yeah. We left the buffer because everybody was supposed to eat.
Yeah.
So they just had quick opening remarks. The color guard came to say national anthem and all that. And then we naturally get taken outside
Right.
to go sit in our holes until we were allowed back in. And then when that happened, we were at the bottom of the stairs. And then we heard everything about 5 to 10 minutes into sitting there.
Yeah.
Then all the shooting started. But because we were outside the ballroom, it was a little more quiet, but we were at the bottom of the stairs. It just rode down, and we were like...
And did you know right away?
Initially...
I'm just testing this.
No, please do. Initially, like, there was... When that guy put out that first shot, thinking because it was dinner time, that someone had just dropped a big cart of food or something near or down a stair.
Yeah.
And I was like, that hit a landing on the concrete. Like,
Right.
Makes sense. And then...
Because your mind goes to places right away without you considering.
And then I heard the return fire and stuff. And then what confirmed my fears was that everyone watched all the Hitchens go runs out. Like, oh, okay, this is getting really serious. Cool. And then everybody started yelling. And it was very...
The joint meeting will come to order. The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort His Majesty Charles III into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McLean. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene. Gentlewoman from California, Ms. Pelosi. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks. The gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes. Gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow. The gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Amo.
The President Pro Tempore of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort His Majesty Charles III into the chamber. The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The senator from Iowa, Mr. Grassley. The senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Langford. The senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The senator from Idaho, Mr. Risch. The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The senator from Washington, Mrs. Murray. The senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin. And the senator from New Hampshire, Mrs. Shaheen.
All members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Mr. Speaker, the Acting Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
We never know who this is.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Wellman.
Mr. Speaker, Their Majesties King Charles III and Queen Camilla.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Majesty Charles III.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of Congress, representatives of the American people across all states, territories, cities, and communities. I would like, if I may, to take this opportunity to express my particular gratitude to you all for the great honor of addressing this joint meeting of Congress, and on behalf of the Queen and myself, to thank the American people for welcoming us to the United States to mark this semi-quincentennial year of the Declaration of Independence. And for all of that time, aren't you lucky? And for all of that time, our destinies as nations have been interlinked. As Oscar Wilde said, we have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, language. So, ladies and gentlemen, we meet in times of great uncertainty, in times of conflict from Europe to the Middle East, which pose immense challenges for the international community. and whose impact is felt in communities the length and breadth of our own countries. We meet too in the aftermath of the incident not far from this great building that sought to harm the leadership of your nation and to foment wider fear and discord. Let me say with unshakable resolve, such acts of violence will never succeed. Whatever our differences, whatever disagreements we may have, we stand united in our commitment to uphold democracy, to protect all our people from harm, and to salute the courage of those who daily risk their lives in the service of our countries. Standing here today, it is hard not to feel the weight of history on my shoulder, because the modern relationship between our two nations and our own peoples spans not merely 250 years, but over 4 centuries. It is extraordinary to think that I am the 19th in our line of sovereigns to study with daily attention the affairs of America. So I come here today with the highest respect for the United States Congress, this citadel of democracy created to represent the voice of all American people to advance sacred rights and freedoms. Speaking in this renowned chamber of debate and deliberation, I cannot help but think of my late mother, Queen Elizabeth, who in 1991 was also afforded this signal honor and similarly spoke under the watchful eye of the Statue of Freedom above us. Today, I am here on this great occasion in the life of our nations to express the highest regard and friendship of the British people to the people of the United States. Now, as you may know, when I address my own Parliament at Westminster, we still follow an age-old tradition and take a member of Parliament hostage, holding him or her at Buckingham Palace until I am safely returned. These days, we look after our guests rather well, to the point that they often do not want to leave. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if there were any volunteers for that role here today. As I look back across the centuries, Mr. Speaker, there emerge certain patterns, certain self-evident truths from which we can learn and draw mutual strength. With the spirit of 1776 in our minds, we can perhaps agree that we do not always agree, at least in the first instance. Indeed, the very principle on which your Congress was founded, no taxation without representation, was at once a fundamental disagreement between us, and at the same time a shared democratic value which you inherited from us. Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it. So perhaps in this example, we can discern that our nations are in fact instinctively like-minded, a product of the common democratic, legal, and social traditions in which our governance is rooted to this day. Drawing on these values and traditions, time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together. And by Jove, Mr. Speaker, when we have found that way to agree, what great change is brought about, not just for the benefit of our peoples, but of all peoples. This, I believe, is the special ingredient in our relationship. as President Trump himself observed during his state visit to Britain last autumn, the bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It is irreplaceable and unbreakable. Mr. Speaker, this is by no means my first visit to Washington, D.C., the capital of this great republic. It is, in fact, my 20th visit to the United States and my first as King and head of the Commonwealth. This is a city which symbolizes a period in our shared history, or what Charles Dickens might have called a tale of two Georges. The first president, George Washington, and my 5 times great-grandfather, King George III. King George, as you know, never set foot in America, and please rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, I am not here as part of some cunning rearguard action. The founding fathers were bold and imaginative rebels with a cause. 250 years ago, or as we say in the United Kingdom, just the other day, they declared independence by balancing contending forces and drawing strength in diversity. They united 13 disparate colonies to forge a nation on the revolutionary idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They carried with them and carried forward the great inheritance of the British Enlightenment, as well as the ideals which had an even deeper history in English common law and Magna Carta. These roots run deep, and they are still vital. Our Declaration of Rights of 1689 was not only the foundation of our constitutional monarchy, but also provided the source of so many of the principles reiterated, often verbatim, in the American Bill of Rights of 1791. And those roots go even further back in history. The US Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances. This is the reason why there stands a stone by the River Thames at Runnymede, where Magna Carta was signed in the year 1215. This stone records that an acre of that ancient and historic site was given to the United States of America by the people of the United Kingdom to symbolize our shared resolve in support of liberty and in memory of President John F. Kennedy. Distinguished members of the 119th Congress, it is here in these very halls that this spirit of liberty and the promise of America's founders is present in every session and every vote cast. not by the will of one, but by the deliberation of many, representing the living mosaic of the United States. In both of our countries, it is the very fact of our vibrant, diverse, and free societies that gives us our collective strength, including to support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist in both our societies today. And, Mr. Speaker, for many here, and for myself, the Christian faith is a firm anchor and daily inspiration that guides us, not only personally, guides us not only personally, but together as members of our community. Having devoted a large part of my life to interfaith relationships and greater understanding, it is that faith in the triumph of light over darkness which I have found confirmed countless times. Through it, I am inspired by the profound respect that develops as people of different faiths grow in their understanding of each other. It is why, it is my hope, my prayer, that in these turbulent times, working together and with our international partners, we can stem the beating of plowshares into swords. I am mindful that we are still in the season of Easter, the season that most strengthens my hope. It is why I believe with all my heart that the essence of our two nations is a generosity of spirit and a duty to foster compassion, to promote peace, to deepen mutual understanding, and to value all people of all faiths and of none. The alliance that our two nations have built over the centuries, and for which we are profoundly grateful to the American people, is truly unique. And that alliance is part of what Henry Kissinger described as Kennedy's soaring vision of an Atlantic partnership based on twin pillars, Europe and America. That partnership, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is more important today than it has ever been. The first reigning British sovereign to set foot in America was my grandfather, King George VI. He visited in 1939 with my beloved grandmother, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. The forces of fascism in Europe were on the march, and sometime before the United States had joined us in the defense of freedom. Our shared values prevailed. Today, we find ourselves in a new era, but those values remain. It is an era that is in many ways more volatile and more dangerous than the world to which my late mother spoke in this chamber in 1991. The challenges we face are too great for any one nation to bear alone. But in this unpredictable environment, our alliance cannot rest on past achievements or assume that foundational principles simply endure. As my Prime Minister said last month, ours is an indispensable partnership. We must not disregard everything that has sustained us for the last 80 years. Instead, we must build on it. Renewal today starts with security. The United Kingdom recognizes that the threats we face demand a transformation in British defense. That is why our country, in order to be fit for the future, has committed to the biggest sustained increase in defense spending since the Cold War, during part of which, over 50 years ago, I served with immense pride in the Royal Navy, following in the naval footsteps of my father, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, my grandfather, King George VI, my great-uncle, Lord Mountbatten, and my great-grandfather, King George V. This year, of course, also marks the 25th anniversary of 9/11. This atrocity was a defining moment for America, and your pain and shock were felt around the whole world. During my visit to New York, my wife and I will again pay our respects to the victims, the families, and the bravery shown in the face of terrible loss. We stood with you then, and we stand with you now in solemn remembrance of a day that shall never be forgotten. In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder through 2 world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people. It is needed in order to secure a truly just and lasting peace. From the depths of the Atlantic to the disastrously melting ice caps of the Arctic, the commitment and expertise of the United States Armed Forces and its allies lie at the heart of NATO, pledged to each other's defense, protecting our citizens and interests, keeping North Americans and Europeans safe from our common adversaries. Our defense, intelligence, and security ties are hardwired together through relationships measured not in years, but in decades. Today, thousands of US service personnel, defense officials, and their families are stationed in the United Kingdom, as British personnel serve with equal pride across 30 American states. We are building F-35s together, and we have agreed the most ambitious submarine program in history, AUKUS. And we are doing it in partnership with Australia, a country of which I'm also immensely proud to serve as sovereign. We do not embark on these remarkable endeavors together out of sentiment. We do so because they build greater shared resilience for the future, so making our citizens safer for generations to come. Our common ideals were not only crucial for liberty and equality, they are also the foundation of our shared prosperity. The rule of law, the certainty of stable and accessible rules, an independent judiciary resolving disputes and delivering impartial justice. These features created the conditions for centuries of unmatched economic growth in our two countries. This is why our governments are concluding new economic and technology agreements to write the next chapter of our joint prosperity and ensure that British and American ingenuity continues to lead the world. Our nations are combining talent and resources in the technologies of tomorrow. Our new partnerships in nuclear fusion and quantum computing and in AI and drug discovery, holding the promise of saving countless lives. More broadly, we celebrate the $430 billion in annual trade that continues to grow, the $1.7 trillion in mutual investment that fuels that innovation, and the millions of jobs on both sides of the Atlantic, supported across both economies. These are strong foundations on which to continue to build for generations yet unborn. Our ties in education, research, and cultural exchange empower citizens and future leaders of both countries. The Marshall Scholarship, named after the great General George Marshall, and the association of which I am so proud to be patron, are emblematic of the connection between our two countries. Since its founding, more than 2,300 scholarships have been awarded, opening doors for Americans from all walks of life to study at the United Kingdom's leading universities. So as we look toward the next 250 years, we must also reflect on our shared responsibility to safeguard nature, our most precious and irreplaceable asset. Millennia before our nations existed, before any border drawn, the mountains of Scotland and Appalachia were one, a single continuous range forged in the ancient collision of continents. The natural wonders of the United States of America are indeed a unique asset, and generations of Americans have risen to this calling. Indigenous, political, and civic leaders, people in rural communities and cities alike, have all helped to protect and nurture what President Theodore Roosevelt called the glorious heritage of this land's extraordinary natural splendor, on which so much of its prosperity has always depended. Yet, even as we celebrate the beauty that surrounds us, our generation must decide how to address the collapse of critical natural systems, which threatens far more than the harmony and essential diversity of nature. We ignore at our peril the fact that these natural systems, in other words, nature's own economy, provide the foundation for our prosperity and our national security. The story of the United Kingdom and the United States is at its heart a story of reconciliation, renewal, and remarkable partnership. From the bitter divisions of 250 years ago, we forged a friendship that has grown into one of the most consequential alliances in human history. I pray with all my heart that our alliance will continue to defend our shared values with our partners in Europe and the Commonwealth and across the world. And that we ignore the clarion calls to become ever more inward-looking. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, America's words carry weight and meaning, as they have since independence. The actions of this great nation matter even more. President Lincoln understood this so well with his reflection in the magisterial Gettysburg Address, that the world may little note what we say, but will never forget what we do. And so to the United States of America, on your 250th birthday, let our two countries rededicate ourselves to each other in the selfless service of our peoples and of all the peoples of the world. God bless the United States, and God bless the United Kingdom.
The purpose of the joint meeting having been completed, the chair declares the joint meeting of the two houses now dissolved. The House will continue in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
curb. Off the curb. Back towards the steps. Back towards the steps. Keep going. Back towards the steps.
बोला कि ठीक है मैं चला जाता हूँ। चला गया, मैंने उसको समझाया, मैंने कहा यार घर जाके रहो थोड़ा शांति के साथ। कहता रोज यार जलील करती है, करती है। उसका वो ठीक है जो है वो रहता हूँ बच्चों के चक्कर में रात में था, लेकिन अब उससे होना है ठीक है उसको देख ऐसा होता। फिर मैंने उसको समझाया, मैंने कहा तू घर चला गया।
Where's he going? Outbound, cross?
Straight.
audio.
But what kind of birds?
Also Jim Watson.
Watson doesn't do bird calls. He doesn't just bite the pen. There he goes.
But then I see colleagues going other places. I'm like, hang on, have I done something wrong?
Remember that time we saw like Joe Biden's dog? Here for that? Saw his dog like up in the.
Oh, on
Yeah.
the Truman balcony?
Yeah, but that was when people like.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What's that dog? What's this dog's name?
Commander.
Yeah, I think it was Commander.
At 29, we have to have a solemn day. When I lose my son. I don't think the husband has.
Yeah.
I'm not singing out.
She had some bad moments last night.
I'm not singing.
What do you mean fears? Like,
Well,
she's a puppy, right? So, like bite, or is she aggressive?
Yeah. So Nola should take a shot or a shoe. She'll lunge to bite you.
Oh, it's so exciting.
She's got real teeth in her.
Yeah, well,
It's bad. She's going to spend some more time with the trainer and kind of decipher that out.
Sure, she'll grow out of it.
Like when there is no marriage.
Gabapentin.
That's exactly right. Daisy got it, and it was a big help.
What are you on goal? Do you know what they've had a mess with? They've taken some people last week.
You probably would want to get like another dog too.
Yeah, she's going to get her dog.
I think I see.
Some borderline cases. So they said that's one something.
You have to have like 3 months ready for it.
Am I okay here? Yes, sir. Okay. If I'm like this, I'm okay. Do what? What is it?
Where did you see the shot? Very near. Yeah, I was on before I I'm debating. I'm like, should I go?
Kenny did it yesterday.
I didn't see it. It's very large. Oh, Curb. Do you watch Curb? I've been watching Curb. Yes.
Are you kidding?
It's how
Did you see the?
I'm only in season 9. I'm like, well, I've been watching it.
So there's a meme.
Only season 9.
Or you've never seen all.
I'm like, I've been watching it. No, I started.
I've seen. Elizabeth and I have watched it all the way through like 3 times.
Oh yeah, so Freddie and I are watching it, but we're in
It's so
season 9.
good.
It's so great.
One of the best shows of all time.
Yeah.
There's a meme from the dinner on Saturday where RFK security escorts him out and leaves Cheryl.
That's hilarious. Yeah. spoke a lot? I mean, like,
She was from
yeah, I didn't think I told you before. It's like, she was for a girl on the phone. She's like, I'm going to lose it. Like, it was, I thought,
Oh. No, what I wasn't really like ready. I didn't really realize that like a lot of those guys they don't do what we do. They're not
right.
They're not used to coming to protests,
Yeah.
you know, and like getting roughed around.
Yeah.
So
Right.
they really, really shaken.
Yeah.
Order, go! Attention! Ceremonial at ease.
You are looking now at images of the south portico of the White House. That is where we expect King Charles and Queen Camilla to be making their arrival at the White House for the state dinner this evening. Welcome back. I am Meg Kennard here in AP's Washington headquarters, where we have been bringing you live coverage of this royal visit to the United States by the King and Queen. As we've talked about earlier today, this state dinner is really a fancy evening, and it's not something that we see for every foreign leader that visits the president here in Washington. It's only the second one of President Trump's second administration, but it's also a way to kind of show off a little bit in terms of what the White House and the United States can offer for foreign dignitaries, but it is also a way for the administration to play up the relationship between the two countries and kind of give a sense of how special they view the relationship to be between these two nations that are represented. So again, just to recap this day 2 for the King and Queen here in the U.S., there was the formal arrival ceremony at the White House. If you've been watching us and following along today, this may look a little familiar because it took place essentially here at this same general vicinity there at the White House. It was a bit different. There were some stands set up, a bunch of chairs where people could watch as bands played and performed for the King and Queen and the President and First Lady. But also that was the official arrival, the official welcome of the President and First Lady for the King and Queen here in their time in Washington. From there, the King and Queen went into the White House and spent some time with the President and the First Lady. The President and the King met separately in the Oval Office, while the First Lady went with Queen Camilla to the tennis complex there on the grounds of the White House for an event with some school children where they looked at some different pieces of technology. Then after that, the King went across Washington to the U.S. Capitol, where he gave an address to a joint meeting of the House and Senate. Again, that's another thing that we haven't seen with a high frequency here in Washington. Clearly, there are foreign leaders who are coming and going all the time, often meeting with the president at the White House, but not all of them give those addresses to Congress. So again, let's listen in for a moment as we see some activity here at the South Portico. Members of the military standing at attention and receiving orders, so we do anticipate that there will be some more activity coming here soon. I mentioned that things look a little bit different than they do for other state dinners. This is because we're doing the arrivals on an opposite side of the White House than typically is the case. Oftentimes, we will see foreign leaders arriving on the north side of the White House and entering that way. And if you were following along earlier, you heard us talking about the East Wing, and that is where a lot of those formal arrivals took place. The East Wing is no longer part of the White House, thanks to the demolition that took place last year to make way for the new ballroom project that President Trump has been planning, and construction of which is underway. This state dinner is taking place as cranes are still visible there at the White House complex. And throughout today, even with that formal arrival ceremony happening earlier, there were sounds of construction there at the complex. A lot of that project has been in different stages of litigation. The National Trust for Historic Preservation has filed a lawsuit trying to stop the project, but parts of the construction have been allowed to proceed while that matter remains in court. So there is still a lot of activity and a lot of construction happening there on the grounds. We are coming to you with these live pictures from the White House. It's getting into the evening here. I don't hear any sounds of construction now, but that certainly was the case earlier in the day. I was across town here in Washington a little bit ago and saw many vehicles arriving at the White House, different luxury buses and other vehicles, many people clad in tuxedos and evening wear making their way into the White House. Invited guests, I presume, as part of tonight's festivities. There are anticipated to be a number of guests, and security is very tight around the White House complex, as it traditionally is, but for circumstances like this, with the King and the Queen staying at Blair House, which is there just steps from the White House, that creates kind of an extra layer of perimeter security to get beyond Lafayette Park, right across from the White House, right next to Blair House itself, and then onto the grounds. Guard continuing to stand at attention here as we anticipate shortly seeing the King and Queen arrive for the state dinner. They'll be greeted by the President and the First Lady. We've been getting some information coming out about what's on the menu for this evening. Since we have a moment here, we can talk about a little bit of that. We discussed earlier how some of the menu for state dinners has changed a bit here in the U.S., moving away from maybe a more formal French cuisine to one that showcases a bit more of American ingredients and American styles of cooking. And I won't go through all of this, but there is a first course that includes hearts of palm with toasted shallots, micro mint, a garden vegetable velouté. There's also a second course with a spring-herbed ravioli, ricotta, morels. Third course, Dover sole meuniere, and snow peas and parsley oil. So for all of you foodies out there, there's just an idea of what guests will be entertained with this evening.
Very jealous.
Order. Oh. Ready, face. Court, off. Forward. On. Out. Back. Right. Right.
Court, on. Forward, march.
Hello and welcome back to AP's live stream coverage of this state dinner now that's happening between the President and First Lady and King Charles and Queen Camilla. We just saw them arriving at the White House at the South Portico. That's the same area where they did their official arrival ceremony earlier today. Now they are inside the White House. We understand that they will be having a brief tour of some documents and then also proceeding through a receiving line. And that is a circumstance at a dinner as big as this one that could take quite some time. But then after that is the main event, the state dinner happening at the White House. Joining me, as he did yesterday for some of these events, is Deputy Washington Bureau Chief Jack Arresto. Jack, thank you so much for coming back.
Thanks for having me back, Meg.
Absolutely. You are one of our historians of White House history and all of the kind of different machinations and pomp and circumstance that we see around these events. And we've been talking for a couple days now, kind of trying to wrap our arms around what's different with this state dinner and this royal visit. So we understand that there's a receiving line, and we also have seen from Buckingham Palace that there will be 120 dinner guests, I think, for this event tonight. But tell us a little bit, given what we know about tonight, how does that look and feel different than some state dinners of the past?
Sure. Well, we'll start with what you were mentioning before, Meg, about the East Wing. As we all know, the East Wing is no longer a part of the White House, and that is traditionally where guests would have come in. And while they were coming in that way, we would have normally seen the King and the Queen be received by the President and the First Lady at the North Portico. As we just saw a few moments ago, they've actually moved that to the South Portico this time to allow the guests to come in, because the public guests who are coming, or I should say the invited guests rather, who are coming in through the North. So that's the first big change we saw, and the President and the First Lady not only greeted the King and Queen on the South Portico, but then escorted them into the White House through the diplomatic reception room on the ground floor, and they'll be going up to the state floor where, as you mentioned, they'll be viewing some documents and eventually be doing a receiving line in the Blue Room.
And a lot of these changes, I mean, there may be some changes regardless, but a lot of these changes we're seeing in events like this happening at the White House are because the architecture of the place, frankly, is different. There is no East Wing where a lot of these arrivals and official events were taking place. And as you know, we're flipped around to the opposite side of the property. But visually, I mean, aside from this technically being a different part of the White House, does it have a different feel? Or, I mean, we saw all of the band lined up and, you know, the horns heralding the arrival. Is it really all that different, or is it just utilizing a different part of the property?
It might be just more of utilizing a different part of the property. The feel of the arrival is, of course, the same. You know, you're still having the media out front taking the photographs. There's still all four of them we saw posed for a photograph outside before going inside. What might be a little different, and of course we are not seeing live pictures of that just right now, but traditionally what would happen at a state dinner in the past is that the President and the First Lady would take their guests up to the yellow Oval Room in the private quarters of the White House, and there might be some exclusive guests who are invited to
That's
a small...
like the VIP area.
The VIP of the VIP might be invited up to the yellow Oval Room for a pre-drink, a pre-dinner reception, pre-drink, and then they would eventually come down the stairs and be announced to the invited guests on the state floor. It doesn't appear on the schedule that that's what we're expecting this time. It might be more of the documents, like you said, more of an earlier receiving line in the Blue Room. But what we do know, Meg, is that they're also going to be having the dinner in the East Room tonight, which is the largest room in the White House. That is the kind of traditional ballroom, or has acted as the traditional ballroom for almost all of the White House's history. The state dining room has seen most of the state dinners over the years, but as the President has mentioned, and many people have mentioned, the White House is only so big and can only fit so many people. So the East Room, it's not unprecedented to have a state dinner there. There have been state dinners held there really throughout most of the 20th century in some cases, but it's becoming more popular because it is a bigger room and can fit more guests.
Okay, I get that makes sense. I mean, clearly the ballroom conversation that the President has been having has amped up a lot, especially in light of recent events over the weekend at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. But this is 120 guests, and it seems like that number of people would probably be kind of engulfed in a large space that is like the one he's talking about. So it's an intimate dinner, but maybe that makes sense for the kind of space you're talking about.
Definitely an intimate dinner nonetheless, and we're being told by the First Lady's office that there's going to be a lot of different decor around. We're told cherry blossoms are going to be a flower that's going to be featured throughout the White House, particularly in the entrance hall. This is a particular flower that Mrs. Trump has used quite often in her time at the White House, both in the first term and the second. We're also being told that the Clinton china will be used. That was made around 2000, around the White House's 200th birthday.
Okay.
That's still in use, but also because there are so many guests, they'll also be using some of the Bush china as well. So a little bit of mixed match there.
Yeah,
but,
it's a nice bipartisan dinner.
Which is very common at White House dinners because there is only so much historic china, and a lot of first families like to mix it up to kind of show the history and the span of the collection.
It's funny to say this out loud, but that's really not something that I had thought about, the actual serving ware that would be used and having to make sure that you have enough for however many people are coming to a large event like this, and then having to kind of mix around and utilize different patterns. I mean, we do it in our own lives, so it makes sense.
Absolutely, and sometimes it's deliberate and sometimes it's just a necessity. Yeah,
absolutely. One of the things that you mentioned, it reminds me of something that we were talking about offline earlier, is kind of the arrangement of transforming this space. The White House, like we were talking about the British ambassador's residence, is kind of, it's a public-private area.
That's
I mean,
right.
it's private in the sense that people do live there, but it is the people's, it's the American people's place, and so it's public in that sense. But tell me a little bit about what you understand in terms of the planning and the transforming these spaces, because we saw the royal couple come to the White House earlier today. There were a lot of people there. They were doing different things. What all has been happening behind the scenes to try to get these spaces ready for now what's happening?
Well, there's so much work that has to go into that. As you know, there's weeks and maybe even months of planning that goes into this to begin with. And Mrs. Trump has expressed many times throughout her time in the White House, both the first term and the second term, that she does play a large role in designing these dinners and making sure she has a piece of herself in them. And I think we were hearing there's going to be green tablecloths, I think we read tonight, on the tables, along with the cherry blossoms. We're expecting those to be set up in the East Room, but the East Room is a very large and traditionally empty room, so there are hundreds of staff members tonight, presumably, who are not only have set up all these tables, but have set these tables. There are florists at the White House who are there all year round, every day, who I'm sure have been working around the clock to make sure everything looks perfect tonight.
This is their moment.
This is their moment to shine, yes. But it's not just the East Room that will presumably have some decor. There's the green room, the blue room, and the red room on the state floor where guests will likely be mingling. I'm sure all of those rooms have floral arrangements as well. And again, the entry hall where the guests will be coming in tonight, which is, again, as we mentioned earlier, a new thing in the current arrangement of the layout of the White House. So when guests will walk in the north entrance, they're going to be showered with flowers, we're told. So it will be very interesting.
When we think about these state dinner moments, from what we can see, we're not able to see everything. But one thing that we know happens are a series of toasts where the president can give a toast. The invited guest of honor will give a toast, presumably. We haven't heard much from King Charles during this visit. We heard him give his speech to Congress earlier, but that's been kind of it. But we still assume that he will take part in that tradition, as far as we know?
I mean, we will have to wait and see, of course, but traditionally at these events, the president will give a toast and the visitor will give a toast. And we saw Queen Elizabeth on multiple events when she came here as queen to the White House. She always gave a toast. And I imagine that will happen tonight with the king. Sometimes we do get access to see that live. And of course, if we do, we will bring that to you. But that should be happening probably within the next hour or so.
There's so much that happens on nights like this, and it's just really great to have even a little bit of a window into it in terms of AP journalists who are able to be there for parts of this. I believe one of our photographers is actually in that room tonight.
That's right. Alex Brandon is one of our AP still photographers. He is going to be in the room tonight. Our own Darlene Superville, who covers the White House every day, is going to be there as well. So we'll be definitely checking in with them a little later on to kind of get a sense of what they saw and what it was like to be in those rooms.
It's really neat to have that kind of access. I know this is our jobs to cover these kinds of things, but it doesn't happen all that often. I mean, this is really only the second one of this term for President Trump.
It's really the second. What's interesting, because it's the second one of this term, and I believe, if I'm recalling by memory, there was 2 in President Trump's first term and only a handful in President Biden's term. But they used to be a much more frequent thing to have. And I remember a story that was at least reported that when Mrs. Obama became First Lady, Mrs. Reagan, who was, of course, still alive then, came to visit her at the White House. And I guess her advice was, have a lot of state dinners. because they're great for diplomacy and they're great to have a party at the White House. But really in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and even in the 90s, they really were a much more common occurrence, sometimes 1 or 2 a month.
Wow.
But they've become a little more less these days, and we're seeing each administration really for the last decade or so only have maybe 1 or 2 a year depending on the circumstances.
It does seem, from the security that you and I saw just in our time spent around the White House tonight, there's more and more security, and necessarily so, on a night like this where you not only have the president, obviously, in the White House, but also a visiting dignitary and all the people who come along with that. Obviously, I don't know if the security concerns play a role in deciding to have fewer state dinners, but especially given what we've seen in Washington here very recently, I think that's on my mind, and I'm sure it is on their minds a little bit tonight as well.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I'm not sure if it's a security thing. It could just be a different way of marketing the dinner, right? There's been plenty of dinners at the White House for different leaders, and we've even seen, King Charles and Queen Camilla have been here on previous visits where it wasn't a state dinner when he was still Prince of Wales. So it's kind of the way how it's marketed. It really has to kind of be a head of state to come to have that state dinner. So here we are.
You mentioned something that reminded me of a conversation that Sagar and I were having earlier, kind of talking about how these sorts of events can be a bit of soft diplomacy.
Oh, yes.
There's clearly the level of Prime Minister and President, with Keir Starmer and President Trump dealing with their level of foreign relations, but for the King, who occupies a different sort of presence in the UK, events like this, he has many people who have come with him. I'm sure there are a lot of members of the British community abroad who have been invited to this event. And then on the U.S. side, other stakeholders that have an opportunity to maybe have some very serious conversations, but at a social event, which might give it a little bit different vibe.
Well, that's 100% right. And first of all, the state dinner has always in Washington been the hottest ticket in town that everyone always wants to score. And it's very rare to get invited to a state dinner. But that's really very true. Usually when a visiting head of state comes or a president comes, in this case, the King, of course, is not the head of government. So him and the president, we're likely not talking deep politics today. But if this were a head of government, usually the business of the day happens during the day in the Oval Office, in the daytime events, and the lunches. But the state dinner is never really designed to be business. It's designed to be entertainment. It's designed to relax, to welcome a visiting head of state, to show the best of American cuisine, to show the best of American culture. Tonight we're going to have the Marine Band playing and entertaining the King and Queen. So I'm sure the president and the First Lady have a big night planned for them.
Speaking of that relationship between the president and the King, we've talked earlier about how they do seem to like each other and they seem to get along. And as we watched when they were walking through the Rose Garden area on the red carpet laid out around one of the new statues that are in that area, we could see the conversation happening between the president and the King as he's pointing out, I'm sure, some changes that have been made to the White House, but also just seeming to chat as friends. And as we saw the president greeting the King when they posed for that picture that you mentioned, the president talked about what a great speech he thought the King had given earlier in Congress and was kind of just, letting the people know that had my seal of approval. And I think he said, I'm jealous that he gave such a great speech. And I'm not reading too much into that, but it is the kind of casual nature that maybe will be part of tonight's events as well.
That very well could be. Again, it's meant to be a night of, welcoming a guest into the United States, and again, as I mentioned, show the best of America. But also, state dinners are also an opportunity to kind of honor the visiting guest as well. And even the flower arrangements, we were saying, they were kind of inspired by British design and flowers that really were inspired by Britain as well. So state dinners not only, as I said, kind of can show the best of America, but also can kind of show deference to the state that's visiting.
Definitely. Now, this is, at least in terms of the events that we can really see and are of lengthy substance, this kind of caps off some of the big events here in Washington for this royal visit. So tomorrow, the King and Queen go to New York City.
That's
what
right.
do we expect to see them doing while they're there?
So tomorrow is going to be a very busy day in New York as well. We've seen all the events in Washington, as you mentioned. Maybe we were here yesterday watching the King and Queen arrive. We've, of course, been watching all the events today with the Congress and the White House. Tomorrow is going to have a very different mood. We're going to see the King and Queen take a day trip to New York. They're going to be at the 9/11 Memorial tomorrow morning, where they'll be paying respects there. Then they're going to be having two separate events. The King is going to be going up to Harlem, where he'll have an event with community leaders. The Queen is going to be going to the New York Public Library, where she'll have an event. And then they'll eventually be coming back to Washington Wednesday night before having events in Virginia on Thursday.
Speaking of the business leaders, we just got some information coming in from the British Embassy talking a little bit about what the King was doing this afternoon after the address to Congress before moving over to the White House for this state dinner. And this says that the King met chief executives from some of the world's most influential technology companies at Blair House. Again, that
right across from the White House.
That official residence that's used for visiting foreign leaders.
That's right.
Where there were leaders from NVIDIA, Apple, Meta, AMD, Google, Salesforce, among others. So that just kind of gives us a little bit more information, some of those other concerns that the King will be meeting with business leaders in New York, but has also been meeting with some here.
Yeah, I mean, while he's here, I'm sure he's taking the opportunity to meet with a lot of both American leaders and British leaders who might be living here in the U.S.
It is an opportunity. Again, we don't see, this is his 20th visit to the United States, first as King, but as Prince of Wales, clearly was here a lot.
Yes.
But since these visits really don't happen all that often, I guess it is a good opportunity for any visiting dignitary to kind of try to get together some of the folks that they would like to.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I would imagine so.
Yeah.
And but you know, and back to tonight too. The other thing that could be really interesting is to see. You know, what the Trumps will do inside the White House. Will they give a tour of the White House to the King and Queen? That's pretty common on these particular state visits. In the past, you know, there's a room in the private quarters called the Queen's bedroom, and the reason it's called that is because there's been 5 queens over history who have stayed there. Traditionally, the President and the First Lady will give a tour to the royal family because many of those royals, of course, were British royals who were here in the 1930s. In addition to that, there's a lot of objects in the White House that actually were given as gifts from the British that the Americans will continue to show the King or the Queen when they come here. There's actually a mirror in the Queen's bedroom that was a gift from the British people from then Princess Elizabeth, who of course eventually became Queen Elizabeth. That's still hanging there. That's often pointed out to the royals when they come back. There's also some candelabra that at least recently were in the Yellow Oval Room. And I remember one story where the Queen visited in 2007, the late Queen Elizabeth in 2007, and Mrs. Bush, Laura Bush at the time, was giving her a tour and pointed out those are the candelabra you brought here over 40 years ago. So they're kind of always kind of showing the gifts that have been given. And we've, of course, seen the gifts that were given today as well, earlier today in the Blue Room on this particular trip.
Jack, I see over your shoulder there, it appears that we do have some live images coming in from a part of the White House. You might want to turn around so you can identify for me what maybe that is.
So that is the entrance hall in the White House. That is the grand staircase we're looking at. And what we're anticipating happening, as I mentioned earlier, traditionally the President and the First Lady will take their guests, in this case the King and Queen, up to the Yellow Oval Room, and they have a pre-reception. Assuming that's happening right now, what's going to happen soon is the Marine Guard will come in and ask the President to take the colors, the American flag and the presidential flag. It's a very brief ceremony where they will take the colors, they will present them to the President will approve, and then they begin the march to the grand staircase from the private quarters. And soon after that, we will see them come down. We'll hear Hail to the Chief be played, and they're basically announcing themselves to both the media and the guests that the party is starting.
Well, we will keep our eyes peeled for when we start to see movement. As you can see those images now on your screen, you'll see them right along with us. So we will step back when we do see some of that activity happening and kind of all enjoy it together.
And I can actually see the guard appears to be coming down the staircase right now. You can also see the flash of media who are standing in the hall. And those are the flags I was just referencing a moment ago coming down from the Yellow Oval Room. And soon after we see the guards arrive, we will hear them announce the President of the United States, and he will descend the staircase with his guest. Why don't we listen in and hear that as it happens?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, Jack, so we just saw the descending of that staircase, like you
Yes.
had been telling us was going to happen. I know we're not looking at the images right now, but tell us a little bit about what we saw, where they were moving through, and where they were going.
So what we saw as, again, they were coming down from the private quarters, down the grand staircase. They entered into the entrance hall. They passed all the flowers that we are seeing for the first time that we just described a moment ago. And they passed right through the cross hall and into the blue room, that door at the far end that we saw them walking toward. That is the oval blue room at the White House, and that is where we understand tonight they're going to have a receiving line. So again, what that descending the grand staircase symbolizes is the party has started, the state dinner is here, the president, the first lady, and their guests are announced, and now there will be a line that's forming on the state floor, and they will receive all of their guests in that receiving line in the blue room before eventually going into the east room for the dinner and entertainment.
So this is kind of the last moment for all of those people who've been making preparations in the dining room itself to get everything together, because once that receiving line is over, then they move into there.
Yes, presumably. I mean, they certainly can mingle for a little bit, I'm sure, and there's plenty of other rooms on the state floor. There's the state dining room, which at this point doesn't seem to be being used for dinner, so perhaps they'll be mingling in there. Right off the blue room onto the, if you're looking at it from the angle we were looking at, is the green room, and to the right of that is the red room. Those are very small reception rooms with a lot of historic furniture, all American art. So I'm sure guests will be mingling in all of these different spaces. But yes, eventually they will all make their way to the East Room for dinner and entertainment.
So just to kind of orient ourselves a bit, because oftentimes when we're seeing the inside of the White House, that's not the Oval Office or the pieces of the West Wing where we reporters are allowed to spend time. But oftentimes it is that cross hall area where we'll see the president give an address of some kind or some sort of a televised message. And so now kind of thinking about some of those familiar spaces now being utilized for a different function. Again, it's the White House. They do 1,000 different things there all the time, but just kind of putting all those pieces together in my mind.
That's right. Yeah, the cross hall, you know, it's one of the East Room's, of course, the largest room in the White House, and the state dining room is close behind it as a second. But that cross hall is also a very large space and also a very ceremonial space. It has those marble walls and columns. It looks very American. It looks like what you think the White House would look like. There's also the presidential seal over the blue room door, which is a good, you know, backdrop for presidential addresses and press conferences. So it's not uncommon to see that space we just saw for tonight's entertainment to be used by the president and first lady for their briefings too.
Some other pieces of the White House complex that we've gotten a look at, or at least the royal couple has gotten a look at during this trip, include the new beehive, which I'm kind of obsessed with. I know I've mentioned it a whole lot, but this is just kind of, it's neat. And I understand that some of the honey from the White House beehive is on the menu tonight.
Yeah, so there's the new beehive that Mrs. Trump unveiled just this week, and it is shaped, Meg, I know you saw the pictures, it's pretty cool.
I did.
It is actually shaped like the White House, but it's more than just being shaped like the White House. I've actually been by the beehive before. The traditional beehive looked more like a traditional beehive would in someone's garden. This one, though, is not only much bigger, but as I mentioned, it's shaped like the White House and can hold a lot more, I guess, bees and honey.
I guess.
So apparently it holds a lot more, and Mrs. Trump is making a big effort to showcase this new effort, and there is now White House honey now. We understand, I believe it was given, some White House honey was given as a gift to Her Majesty the Queen today when they were in that area earlier, and we did see it on the menu tonight as well, I believe as part of the dessert, I believe, was the honey. So
it is also to see, it's interesting to me to see the showcasing of that particular portion and that effort kind of going along a little bit maybe with the King's push for conservation related efforts. That's always been something really important to King Charles during all of his years of public service and through the Prince's Trust, etc. So I would imagine there's probably been some conversation around that, since bees clearly play a large role in the environment around
yes,
us.
all of that. And you know, it's interesting because each state visit kind of also plays, as I mentioned before, to not just showcasing the best of America, but really kind of showcasing the best of the visiting country and their interest as well. So as you mentioned, you know, bees and conservation has been a part of the King's visit. That's an interest to him. We also mentioned yesterday the British Embassy here in Washington at the ambassador's residence has a whole new natural garden that has been developed, a field of wildflowers and wild grasses in the King's honor. But these are not uncommon things. You know, when Queen Elizabeth, when the late Queen Elizabeth, rather, was visiting Washington on several occasions, she had a lot of interest in horses, and a lot of times they would showcase different things to her. And her and President Bush, the first President Bush, actually went to the horseshoe pit of his, where he showcased, you know, his horseshoe skills. But they actually did a lot of activities with horse racing out in Kentucky and West Virginia. So every now and then they will kind of try to appeal to the interests of the monarch as well.
And speaking of that, that's actually a perfect segue to talk about the last day of this 4-day royal visit, which will be Thursday.
Yeah.
And there will be some events related to several things that you just mentioned. So that's when the King and Queen will be first going to Arlington National Cemetery, where I believe they'll be laying a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier.
That is correct, yes.
And then after that, there are some different engagements that relate both to conservation as well as horse racing, so tying it all together?
That's right, it's all going to tie together. So as we mentioned, you said they're going to be going to Arlington first. They'll have a brief ceremony here in Washington, kind of bidding farewell to the city before going across to Arlington to lay that wreath. And then they're going to go about an hour or so west of Washington. The King and Queen will split up again, like they did in New York, and the King will be doing some conservation activities, meeting with some community leaders out in the Shenandoah Valley. The Queen will be attending a horse racing event about an hour or so west of Washington, too. But as I mentioned, tossed it to you yesterday, Meg, they're also going to be doing a block party out about an hour west of here, which will be really interesting, where we're told there'll be everyday Americans attending.
And I understand you are also going to be there.
I will be there.
And one of the everyday Americans will be covering it.
I will be covering that event out on Thursday, it's right, for the AP.
There's a lot packed into this visit,
Yeah.
but clearly it's here in Washington. We see some of the pomp and circumstance of the official White House related, Capitol Hill related, things that we expect when we see a foreign leader coming to the States and meeting with the president. But then also it does appear to be something important to the King and Queen to want to really engage with Americans, to spend time in community and getting outside of the city to experience other parts of the country they've clearly been to before, but in a different capacity at this point.
That's right. I mean, it's been made a point that the King and Queen wanted to come to America not just to have the official state visits here in Washington, but to also meet everyday Americans and to participate quite a bit in community events. And while these first 2 days have been so official focused, we're expecting the next 2 days to be very focused on people, very focused on community and different activities.
And there's so much curiosity, even here in Washington, among, I mean, a city that sees foreign leaders come through all the time.
Oh, yeah.
But when you and I were out on the street just near the White House a little bit ago, and there were some people milling around asking, what's with all this different security? It seems to be more. And I said, well, there's actually a state dinner that's about to happen here. There was just a lot of intense interest and people hoping to get a glimpse of the King and Queen, and I suggested that they actually tune into this live stream, so maybe they have.
We hope you're watching.
But at least in terms of being in official Washington, kind of hard unless you're in the right place at the right time as the motorcade goes by to
due to
have eyes on.
security and I'm sure other scheduling reasons, it is very hard to get a glimpse. But we did see the King and Queen drive down the National Mall today, the road surrounding the National Mall, to go to the Capitol. So I'm sure there are some tourists and some city residents who got a glimpse of their motorcade going by. And of course they came back from the Capitol and have gone to Blair House. So their car has been driving around the city, no doubt. But what I also really love about state visits to the U.S. is the flags go out on the streets of Washington. Right. So surrounding the White House, you have Americans' flags flying, you have British flags flying. That is a tradition for the visiting country that's coming for a state dinner. They put the flag out to kind of showcase it, which kind of also announces to the city there's a state event going on here.
There's always something going on in Washington, but this is definitely somewhat of a different and kind of special time to be here to see all of those sorts of touches that you mentioned And I presume there will be some kinds of things like that in New York City, although it's a different, different kind of, they're spanning different parts of the city there, so a little bit busier and bigger than here, but I would imagine there'll be something.
I'm sure there'll be some, certainly no doubt, there'll be some honors to the King and Queen there, and I'm sure there'll be many guests and business leaders and politicians and everyday Americans who they'll be meeting there as well.
Reflecting back a little bit on the speech that King Charles gave to Congress earlier, it seemed to me, and I'm interested to hear what you thought, he seemed to kind of get at a couple of policy-related issues without being so on the nose about it, which I guess some would say is a very British way to go about dealing with different issues. But just in terms of some of the things that he discussed, I mean, there was a mention of decrying acts of violence, which is presumed to be in reference to the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner from this past weekend, but he didn't specifically say that. He also went on to talk about an unyielding resolve in reference to the Ukraine and Russia war and heralding NATO, which, without saying it, is in opposition to President Trump's position on NATO, and he's been very against kind of the alliance and different things that he said. And I wonder what you think, because to me it seems like, again, in that soft power kind of place, these are things that the king can talk about in a way that would be a little bit different from a prime minister who is the directly head of government, but as the head of state, he's in a little bit different category.
As the head of state in a constitutional monarchy, the king is supposed to be above the politics of the day and not really supposed to be discussing it at a level with another head of state. That is the job of the British Prime Minister. However, it has long been speculated that monarchs have opinions, and it's long been speculated that they give signals or they give a word, and they might never admit it, but the signals are there. I can recall one time, I don't know if you remember this, Meg, during Brexit, the late Queen Elizabeth wore a hat with flowers on it that people thought resembled the flag of the EU, and people speculated that that might be a political signal that she was sending. Sometimes she would wear a piece of jewelry that would symbolize a potential signal. So the monarch is not here to discuss politics. He's here on a goodwill mission, of course, and certainly he'll discuss issues of the day and things that are of serious relation between the U.S. and Great Britain. But yes, people are often speculating, as you say, in speeches or in what they might wear if they're sending a signal or not.
I'm trying to read those tea leaves a little bit and just see if there's anything they can discern. Some other things that the king talked about, I think, to be anticipated: trade between the U.S. and the U.K., a reference to that very special relationship that's been developing since the World War II era, primarily between these two countries. But I think both President Trump and the king, I'm sure to some degree, have referenced the fact that this whole visit is to mark the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, which was signed to declare independence from England at that point in time.
That's right.
And so that's a bit of irony that I think is not lost in all of this, but clearly it's a very close relationship between the two countries at this point.
Yes, I mean, they've often talked about the special relationship, and I think, as the British were coming over here, that was a great emphasis that the king wanted to emphasize the continuation of that strong relationship, because remember, the relationship has been significantly strong since World War II especially, but when you think about it, not too many years after World War II, Queen Elizabeth became monarch in 1952. And really until just recently, she had been the only monarch and the only representation. And with her passing and a new king on the throne, this is his first trip here. So it's kind of a reigniting that special relationship and saying, despite a new king on the throne, we are still having a special relationship, and here I am for the 250 in the same way that my mother was here for the 200th 50 years ago.
Right, which is, I hadn't really thought about that, but yes, for that bicentennial, that would have been during her reign, and I was reminded of that doing some research for all of this. And it's not just the United States. I mean, clearly with such a long reign for the late Queen, and now with King Charles on the throne, all of the countries that have relations with the UK trying to wade through and figure out what
Yeah.
that looks like if there are any changes now that there is a different monarch in
That's
place.
right, and I think sometimes King Charles is still a relatively new king. He's only been on the throne for a few years. He's also been going through, as we know, some illness. So, and his son, of course, the Prince of Wales, has been filling in for him on occasion in the past years. But he's still, as a new king, and with a busy schedule, touring the world, and here he is on his first trip to America.
We are still waiting to see more activity there at the White House for this state dinner. I am so glad that we have Jack here because he really has so much of the history of the White House and the different events, and especially the formal events like this one. You just have them all in your brain. So I'm very, very thankful to have him here with us. So Jack, let's just recap for a moment. So we have the King and Queen and the first couple there in the White House at this point. They're going through the receiving line, presumably for these 120 guests that are there for the state dinner. They'll then go into the space where the dinner is set up. They'll have toasts, we presume.
We presume, that's right, yeah.
And then throughout the course of the evening, some of which we won't be there to see, what will be taking place? Are there other things that are typically on the schedule for a state dinner?
So, I mean, every state dinner is different, and every president and first lady entertain in their own unique way, right? What we can probably anticipate at minimum is at one point in the evening, after drinks or cocktails, what have you, they will eventually, the president, the first lady, the king, the queen, and all of the guests will make their way into the East Room. They'll presumably have dinner. As you mentioned, there'll be toasts at the top of that. We hope to bring that to you live, assuming that they allow us to. And then after that, they will eat, and at some point soon after, there will be a form of entertainment. In past state dinners, how it used to be set up is the dinner would take place in the state dining room, and while that was happening in there, the entertainment would take place in the East Room. So the logistics of where the entertainment will be is a little hard to say at this point, since they're eating in the East Room, but I'm sure we'll see more images tonight and give us some more clues.
It's all just trying to figure out what we can see, what we can bring to you, but rest assured, if we are able to have live images of all of this, we will be bringing it to you as part of this programming.
Absolutely.
So it's not a terribly late evening. I mean, from my recollection, these aren't
They
super
seem to be
late
very
nights.
on time. Everything seems to be going very on time. We saw the King and Queen arrive maybe within the last half hour, 40 minutes or so now. So everything seems to be going to schedule. We're anticipating that receiving line to continue probably for the next maybe 10, 15 minutes because there's still a number of people to get through. And of course, in most cases, everyone wants to meet both the president, the first lady, and the king.
Why they're there.
So I'm sure while there's ushers at the White House who are constantly trying to push the receiving line through, I'm sure guests who are there, whoever they might be, are probably taking the opportunity to say hello to the president and his wife, and the king and his wife as well. So
any receiving line that I've ever been part of, I'm thankful for the people who are there to kind of help things move along.
And there is a whole team of White House aides who are at all of the White House receptions who not only help to kind of, again, maybe push it along, but also kind of help guests find their way around the house, and they're always trying to guide people in the right direction should they need any assistance. So very common tradition at the White House.
Definitely. And again, I just can't get over some of the fact that this really just doesn't happen very often. I know we've said it before, but it's like when you have the address to a joint meeting of Congress earlier. I mean, the last time that happened was what year?
The joint with the Queen?
With the Queen.
1991.
1991. I mean, that was quite a while ago. And evenings like this, we've talked about all of the planning and the detail and the consideration of the foreign dignitaries' culture that brings into it. That's a lot of planning, but that doesn't happen very often.
Not very often.
So I think all of that really goes to impress upon the attention that, even though this is a form of soft diplomacy, that the attention that President Trump is placing on this relationship with the UK.
Absolutely.
And hopefully, I would think, hoping that some of that is something that King Charles can take back to home and to his
Absolutely.
leaders there when he gets there.
Yeah,
A favorable impression.
Most royal visits are intended to, again, show goodwill and to continue to strengthen the relationship between the two countries. And I'm sure that tonight there will be, again, between the toasts, between the activity, the entertainment, I'm sure all of it will honor both countries. We've also seen the British flag and the American flag all over the White House today. We've heard God Save the King be played. We've heard the national anthem in the U.S., the Star Spangled Banner, be played. So they're really kind of honoring both countries in that way. But it's also kind of funny, Meg, because there have been in these state dinners too over the decades a lot of unintentional gaffes that have happened. And I have to say, 50 years ago, when the late Queen Elizabeth was at the White House for the state dinner with then President and Mrs. Ford. She had arrived, and there were two kind of significant gaffes that had been widely reported. One was when the Queen first arrived, she went up to the private quarters, and the President, Gerald Ford's son, was upstairs, apparently still getting ready, did not have his shirt on yet, and unfortunately encountered the Queen without a shirt on yet. But yes, I guess these things happen.
Yeah,
It is a home.
It's
right?
a home, after all.
It's a historic house, but it's also a home. But then apparently later that evening, President Ford had asked Queen Elizabeth to dance, and it has been widely reported that when they went on the dance floor, by pure coincidence, the song "The Lady Is a Tramp" came on.
Oh my!
And it was just an unfortunate gaffe that allegedly the Queen had a good sense of humor about. Surely it was accidental. They probably were playing a round of songs, and that just happened to be the moment.
It was
They
next up
probably
in
weren't
rotation.
seeing the President grab the Queen's hand. But these gaffes do occasionally happen. I remember hearing an interview once with the former Social Secretary of Hillary Clinton, of course, when she was First Lady, who unfortunately referenced a time when they had ants in the flowers on the table, which unfortunately may have crawled out onto the table at one point. So despite the glitz and glamour and the White House, these things happen in all of our homes every day, and they happen in the White House too. But I'm sure tonight has been meticulously planned, and I don't think we'll see a gaffe like that. But those are just a few cases in the past that can happen at the White House.
It's a level of detail that I didn't know I was going to get today, but I'm glad that I have, and it makes me feel better about anything that may happen at a dinner party I may be hosting.
Every now and then, it happens to all of us.
It does happen to all of us. We are still waiting to see more images that we hope to be getting from inside that state dinner when there is that transition moment from the receiving line into the dining room space and those toasts, which we will be bringing you hopefully live when they come in. Jack,
Clinton put it best when he says, when he walks in the room with me, I become the United States and he becomes Russia, and I don't want to get it wrong, right? We want this relationship to work, and if it really depends on the two of us to come to an agreement to make things work. So it really kind of shows the significance of these evenings. And in that particular trip, there was a huge state dinner at the White House that was held in the state dining room, and entertainment that followed in the East Room, like we were talking about before. But there's so much business during the day, and there's so much entertainment at night. And the goal of these state dinners is to get the work done in the West Wing during the day, to have all the officials meet to negotiate those contracts, to negotiate those treaties or what have you, and then in the evening to hopefully relax and enjoy yourself.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
There's always some business that happens across the dinner table, although I feel perhaps with President Trump, maybe more so than some others. He always seems to be talking about business.
And, you know, it was also First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy who often talked about the state dinners as well. And she really was the one who, the state dinners that we know today, she really invented. And she was really an expert in soft diplomacy. She believed that if you could not reach a deal during the day, there's nothing that a little good wine, a little good food, and a little good dancing and entertainment couldn't solve that night. And she really was an expert in kind of getting people to come to the table to negotiate again or to talk again from having these really elaborate state dinners. And as I mentioned, she kind of really, I shouldn't say invented the state dinner we know today, but it really kind of influenced it a great deal. Before that, they were much more stuffy events. They had these long kind of U-shaped tables in the state dining room, and as her social secretary once said, you couldn't even see who was in the room because they had these massive flowers. She kind of created the small round tables that we see often at state dinners to this day.
Yeah, I was going to ask really what the setup is, because that really
Yeah.
does seem to be something that would foster more conversation as opposed to just a
Yeah.
very long table or a T shape or something.
And there are
like
different ways you can set it up. We've seen it both. You know, for decades, from the Kennedys to the present day, there were really a lot of smaller round tables with 10 or 12 guests that would
Mhm.
allow for good conversation. You could be engaging with people. We have seen different changes in recent years, though. Some of the longer tables have come back into fashion at the
Mhm.
White House, particularly in the East Room, but we also see a mix of them sometimes, where there might be one long head table and smaller, rounder tables around it.
Mhm.
So we'll be curious to see if we get any pictures in the East Room tonight, how the Trumps have set this up. But really, the idea of having entertainment, the idea of having good wine, the idea of having food that is both honoring American culture and also the foreign culture, all of that really began under the Kennedy administration.
So prior to that, these were not events that maybe would have fallen into that same category of, yes, of course, let's have a good time. I mean, it's
Yeah.
something it's different, that's not an everyday occurrence, but it wouldn't have been necessarily a vehicle to perhaps be more impressive and perhaps be that softer, like, okay, let's develop a good relationship that could maybe lead to other things.
Yeah, it was a different. It was more of a formality that had to kind of be done, right? You had an event and you had dinner, right? And while they were, I'm sure, lovely events, they kind of really came alive a lot more in the Kennedy years and in the years that followed. I mean, Mrs. Reagan also was very well known for having state dinners very often. As we mentioned a little while ago, her advice to Mrs. Obama: have more. And what we also saw over the years is not just, you know, after the Kennedys, not just having a state dinner with food and the Marine Band, but having, you know, really world-renowned guests come to perform. Pablo Casals came to play for the Kennedy administration, and throughout the 80s, the 90s, and beyond, we've just seen celebrities and musicians and people, you know, come and perform at the White House. I can't recall his name offhand, but there was a pianist that Queen Elizabeth particularly liked, I believe, who came to perform at one of the state dinners for the Bushes. So they're also kind of looking to the guest and what performance they might enjoy too.
Yeah, taking that into consideration. As, I mean, just thinking about it,
Yeah.
when we have a dinner party, you want your guests to have a good time, and you want to make sure that if you know that they have a preference for something, trying to incorporate that. This is just on a much grander scale.
All about being a good host.
We are still awaiting a live look at what is going on in that state dinner area right now. Again, there's been a receiving line going on that Jack has given all the details of what may be happening through that process, as well as the mingling, the different areas and spaces where the president, the first lady, the king and queen have been spending time with their invited guests. And then after that receiving line, we will see them then go into the dining space where there will be some toasts, hopefully humorous. It's been a long day, so a laugh for everybody, I think, would be good.
How long have we been here now, Megan?
Oh,
a few hours, right?
Just a few, just a few. But it's a pleasure to be able to bring all of this coverage live to all of our friends there on our stream and our services. Jack, when you think about these different visits, I mean, I'm thinking back to, I guess it was last year when the leader of Saudi Arabia was here at the White House, and that was the last state dinner and really the first one of this second Trump administration. When you consider that that's the only other leader, at least in this administration for President Trump, who's received similar type status, what does that say to you in terms of, I'm not going to say just the overall message that the Trump administration wanted to send about Saudi Arabia, but given what we've been saying about the king and queen, the relationship building that's kind of happening on that level?
Well, you know, one thing to keep in mind, too, is state dinners are not generally they can be a personal invite, but they're really the invite of the country, right? So it's really the State Department who's heavily involved in the invites, certainly of state dinners past. You know, we have a mission to get accomplished. We want to invite the country here to kind of take care of business and also entertain them. And of course, it works the opposite way when the American president goes overseas for a state dinner in a foreign country. So a lot of times there tends to be, there can be a personal relationship, of course, that comes along with it, but a lot of times it's also a lot of business of state that needs to be taken care of. In this particular case, we know that we're at a particular point right now with UK-US relations, but it also is, as we've been talking about all week, the 250th. And it's really very interesting that, as I said before, the Queen came for the 200. There's always been an intention, according to the British people, that they intended for the monarch, or at least a senior royal, to come here for the 250, and now we're seeing it play out.
Absolutely. And again, it is very interesting just to think about how the first British monarch to ever come to the U.S. was the current king's grandfather. And that really wasn't that long ago.
It wasn't terribly long ago, no. It was in the 1930s, I believe it was. But you also have to remember that in the 19th century, state visits weren't quite as common because people didn't travel as easily, right? You know, you had to get across an ocean by boat. Planes had not, of course, been invented yet. But even when planes did become invented, you kind of had 2 world wars going on. You had a Great Depression. It was a different time where there, of course, were dinners that were held at the White House. I believe one of the first ones were held in the late 19th century. But really, they became more of a thing in the post-World War life, and even though they existed beforehand, they became more of a common thing in post-World War II life, and have only kind of grown since then to be what they are today.
Absolutely. I was telling you earlier, and I mentioned to some of our other colleagues, just kind of to get myself in the mindset of thinking about these relationships between U.S. presidents and British monarchs. I did rewatch that movie, Hyde Park on Hudson, which did feature that visit from King George VI to visit President Roosevelt. And they were at the president's home, Hyde Park on Hudson, and that was where the I won't say infamous, I mean, I think it's just famous at this point, the hot dog diplomacy situation happened where the king had his very first hot dog, and it was part of this relationship building between the king and President Roosevelt leading into World War II, seeking support from the United States as Great Britain faced impending threat to its neighbors from the Germans around them. So
that's right. Yes, there were reports that Eleanor Roosevelt at the time did serve the king and queen hot dogs, which, you know, seemed like a shock at the time, but from what we read in reports, it went over pretty well, right? And the relationship actually ended pretty well when that trip was over. So, which of course led to the continued alliance in World War II. But yes, there's always kind of a debate when any really visiting head of state is coming, like what are we going to serve, what are we going to do? And those things take weeks to plan and to coordinate. Nancy Reagan, in fact, was famous for wanting to pre-taste all of the food beforehand. Yes. So apparently...
So she was her own taster.
She was kind of her own food. So she would basically have different foods that would be requested, and she would pre-taste them all to see which ones she thought tasted the best. She might occasionally bring in another person to get a second opinion, and once she decided what the best entree was or what the best dessert was, that's the one she would pick, and that's the one they would make for the dinner. But she was very meticulous in making sure everything was pre-tasted and selected that way.
I think it is always fascinating to hear these kind of behind-the-scenes stories, just to know what, because we've seen the menu and we talked about it a little while ago of what will be served to the guests tonight.
That's
but
right.
The level of attention that it does traditionally has been first ladies that are the ones helping plan all of that to select the china, the decor, all of those things.
That's right, and Mrs. Trump, especially in the first term, which we've had 2 more state dinners to go off on that, really is often said, her office has often said that she plays a very big role in the design of the dinner, in the design of the room that night. She has released videos in the past kind of showing the work she's put into planning these events. So we might even see soon enough another video be released from the White House, perhaps, that shows the work that went into this dinner.
Definitely. We are still awaiting updates from the state dinner as it is underway at the White House this evening. And Jack and I have just been kind of walking down memory lane of other state dinners in the past and the details that he knows all of them. I'm just learning them, but he knows everything.
And if we can put the White House live picture back up again, the north lawn of the White House, what we call our beauty shot of the White House BAP, we can actually show you in just a moment actually where this dinner will take place. You can see there on your screen, that is the north side of the White House, the north portico. That is traditionally, Meg, as we mentioned earlier, where the king and queen would have normally come in, but given the construction currently at the White House, they came in the south portico. That door right there, you can see almost a little glass hallway at the bottom of that portico. That is where the invited guests came through tonight. But just to the left of your screen, to the left of the portico, there are a series of windows. That is the east room of the White House. That is where the event is taking place tonight, just behind what looks like a tree there in the dark, just out of view of us right now, but that is actually where the reception is taking place. And even the Queen's room that I mentioned earlier is actually just above that, where they've given tours to the royal family in the past. It's also probably likely that the Trumps also probably gave the King and Queen a tour of the White House. I'm sure today we know the Beehive happened. We know they went to the tennis pavilion that Mrs. Trump also renovated in her first term. We saw all of those visuals today. And the president, of course, has made several changes to the Oval Office. And while we did not see video of the king and the president in the Oval Office today, there have been, of course, photos released.
Right.
And that was the first time that the king has been in the Oval Office as monarch, and also the first time he has been seeing all the changes that President Trump has made.
And we did see them walk down that colonnade that is traditionally the view that, I mean, we've seen it 100 times of different presidents walking through with members of their own administration, guests, and also visiting foreign leaders. And wasn't exactly sure what the pathway situation would be like when they were walking through today, but eventually we did see them walk down before they went into the Oval Office.
That's right. Traditionally, as you said, Meg, we would see them walk down the West Colonnade, which goes from the mansion to the Oval Office, but we saw a little bit of a detour as they went through the Rose Garden. President Trump, of course, has made that into a patio in his second term, but we saw the red carpet literally rolled out across the Rose Garden, and some new statues that President Trump has put in. We saw the King and the Queen walking with the President and the First Lady into the Oval Office through that area. And the West Colonnade is also the place where the President has created the Presidential Walk of Fame. We've seen the photos of past presidents in the gold frames lined up along that exterior corridor. And the President, I understand, even added some mirrors outside that kind of reflect the Rose Garden against the house. So some significant changes in that area in the last year or so.
A very different space that obviously is still generally the same, architecturally speaking, with some added features. But there are some architectural changes at the White House, like we talked about with the East Wing being demolished and to make space for the new planned ballroom.
Yeah, there are indeed, and I actually happened to be on the South Ground just a weekend or so ago, and I saw actually all of the changes. And you know, many people have talked often about how many changes have been made, but when you walk through it, it is still the general idea. You know, everything basically is the same overall. It still feels like the White House. Just a few changes that the president has made to the Rose Garden, and some of the accents he's put on the West Wing.
I'm looking at a bit of the guest list for this evening that has come out through the White House press pool, and just taking a look at some of the names, there are clearly some dignitaries related to the royal household and to the royal family. Also, Justice Samuel Alito of the Supreme Court and his wife. Also, some members of Congress, members of the media that I see here, cabinet secretaries, no big surprise, like Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, Jeff Bezos, a familiar name to anyone following business news and also media news. Doug Burgum, Secretary of the Interior, Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, who has been a lot in the news lately with regular Pentagon briefings related to the Iran war. He has been alongside Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth in giving those briefings. Justice Amy Coney Barrett of the Supreme Court as well. Steve Daines, another U.S. Senator. Sean Duffy, the Secretary of Transportation. Let's see here.
Yeah, and many of these guests are fairly common at a state dinner, having cabinet secretaries, even having journalists. It's very common to have a journalist occasionally at a state dinner as well. So interesting list.
I see a familiar name, Senator Graham.
Senator Graham, you know him.
One of our senators there from South Carolina, where I do the bulk of my reporting.
That's right.
Pete Hegseth, as I just mentioned, the Defense Secretary, Private Secretary to the Foreign Secretary for the UK. Let's see.
And this
here.
list also traditionally, as you can imagine, Meg, is not just American diplomats and American leaders, but we're expecting to probably see a lot of British leaders on the list as well.
Absolutely. A lot of names that I don't particularly recognize, but I assume they might be coming from that side.
And the ambassador to the U.S. from Great Britain also went to a lot of great lengths to be a part of planning this visit. So I imagine there are plenty of diplomats who are also attending tonight on the UK side.
Lengthy list as I scroll through here.
Yes, a big list. And when we looked at the state dinner, Meg, in the East Room for the Saudi state dinner just last November, speaking of the setup, we actually did see the long tables that we were kind of mentioning. while round tables have been popular for years, the longer table is coming back occasionally, and it'll be interesting to see if the Trumps chose to have that type of table again. And we did see at the state dinner in the UK back in, I guess it was September, when President Trump went over for the state visit to the UK in Windsor Castle. That is very much a tradition for the British to have a very long table set up in the hall of Windsor Castle. So perhaps the president tonight will return that by having the long table set up in the White House East Room. We will have to wait and see.
We will just have to see.
It's also a little bit of a chilly night here in Washington, so we were just walking by the White House too, and I'm glad we each had a little jacket to wear.
It's hard to know.
Yeah.
As we've said before, sometimes we get all 4 seasons in Washington in any given day, so you just kind of have to be prepared.
That's right.
But I guess fortunate for all of these guests that they are inside, so they don't have to be thinking about the temperatures quite so much.
That's right. And what's interesting, Meg, is, again, when we were mentioning the East Wing earlier, the East Wing traditionally was the place of entry for all of the invited guests. And because there wasn't a formal coat room at the White House ever really built or designed, you've heard of the White House movie theater, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
It was the White House movie theater that was in the East Colonnade, and that was what doubled as the coat room.
Oh, that's a good little factoid.
So when you'd walk in the White House as a guest for a state dinner or any major event, you'd walk in, and if it was a cold month, you would put your coat. You'd get actually a number, and they would put your coat in the White House movie theater, and you would pick it up on the way out. But with that gone, that glass hallway that we were just mentioning that you can see at the bottom of the portico there on the live screen, that actually, that glass hallway wraps around the north driveway. It's a curved glass hallway, and just to the left of that, I was there a few weeks ago, is a temporary built coat room on the north lawn. So we anticipate that any guests that were walking in tonight, despite any potential chill in the air, if they were wearing a jacket or anything, it's been put in the coat room outside on the north lawn, and that hallway there that takes a little bit of time to come in and be announced in is heated, I'm sure, so I'm sure it's all fine.
Yeah, is that hallway, I presume that's something that's, it looks like, I think we're going to be transitioning now to some interior shots.
Now that is the East Room we're looking at right now, and it does appear, Meg, as we were kind of anticipating, that there is a long table. I can't quite see on the sides if there are any side tables, but given the amount of guests, you very well could potentially seat that many at that long table. This is the largest room in the White House, the East Room. It has traditionally acted as both the ballroom, the public audience room. You have seen presidents give press conferences here before. Oh, the lights seem to have gone on there. Right now, we can see more of the table.
There we go.
Yes, they are clearly using, it's like 2 long tables on either side of the very long room. You know, Meg, in this room is the oldest, actually, item that's in the White House. It's a Gilbert Stuart portrait of George Washington that was saved during the fire. I should maybe not say this story on this webcast, but it was when the British burned the White House in 1814.
Wow.
Dolly Madison and different aides of Dolly Madison were actually able to help rescue that portrait and carry it to safety, and it was eventually returned to the White House, and it now today is the oldest item in the White House and the only item that's been there since the very beginning. You can actually see it to the left of your screen, just by the curtain, that tall portrait. That is the portrait of George Washington. But again, Meg, those are the 2 very long tables we're seeing, so not the round tables tonight. This room has seen so many events over history, from weddings to funerals. This is where JFK lied in state. This is where then First Daughter Lyndon Johnson Robb, I should say, got married, I believe, in 1967. So it's seen many historic events in its day. Its first use was by Abigail Adams, the first lady, first lady to live in the White House in 1800. She used it to hang the family laundry because it had not been finished yet, and it was the only room big enough to put a laundry line across before it was finished. So
a little bit different use for this space, but I mean, just, using what you have.
Definite different use for the space. It's seen definitely a lot of different activity over the years, and tonight it will make history again welcoming King Charles, first time as king, for a state dinner at the White House.
Let's see some images there of a lot of the different groupings of people mingling as they get ready to take their seats for this state dinner there at the White House to honor King Charles and Queen Camilla. We've seen some of the Supreme Court justices who are in attendance in conversations around the room. Also, members of the administration.
We're also seeing, I understand, a lot of the flatware is part of the Vermeer collection at the White House. And the White House has a large collection of different flatware over the years. Some of it actually dated back to the time of Monroe at one point. I'm not sure if they're quite using those forks and knives tonight, but they had been used for quite some time at state dinners in the past. But the Vermeer collection is an extensive collection in the White House. The majority of it was donated in 1956, and Vermeer is silver, it's gold-plated. So we are anticipating that the flatware tonight, as we understand it, is part of is Vermeer and part of the Vermeer collection. And it looks like some of the candlesticks on the table have been traditionally used at state dinners in the past. They traditionally are housed in the state dining room, but appear to have been moved to the East Room tonight for this event.
So a lot of these items that you're mentioning, like the candlesticks, are those on display anywhere else when they're not being utilized for this? Are they in a cupboard somewhere? Or?
Yeah, I mean, every piece is a little bit different. It's a little hard to see the screen right now, but if I'm seeing it correctly, some of the larger candelabra are traditionally on display in the state dining room, both on the table and the sideboard. So if it is what I'm seeing correctly, that is what it is. There's also the president's podium you can see there on the south side of the room. That is likely where the president will speak. In the past, in the state dining room, traditionally the toast would take place directly at the table.
Okay.
And the president's table was traditionally by the mantle in the state dining room, where he would give a toast and everyone would clink glasses. It will be interesting to see if the toasts take place at the table or if the president and king get up to the podium to give those toasts.
It's always interesting to kind of be a fly on the wall when you're watching people in these sorts of events, just enjoying the event, but we're the journalists, so we're there to document and observe.
Absolutely. It's nice that we have the two shots that you can kind of see the wider room, and then on the lower left, some guests who are mingling. I believe I saw Justice Kavanaugh just a moment ago on the screen. Now again, remember, Meg, traditionally we would have seen these guests walk in.
Right.
Usually we see them as they're walking in, but this is our first glance at the guests who are attending. And I'm sure, having the cameras and the camera lights glaring on them is not how they envision the evening, but I'm sure that won't last all night. We'll hear the toasts, and the lights, as we saw before, will probably dim down again, and it will be a nice evening.
I'm always thankful that we as journalists have the opportunity to be in spaces like this so we can document what is happening in terms of our leaders, our nation's leaders, other nations' leaders. But as an attendee at these events, I would imagine it does feel like you're a bit in a fishbowl to have all of us watching you as you try to get settled.
Yes, at traditional state dinners, you're always going to be on camera at some point, either when you're walking in or in moments like this when the toasts are getting ready to happen and you are on camera. We also, I'm assuming, as is traditional, we would see the president, the first lady, and the king and the queen also be announced into the room. It appears that people haven't fully taken their seats just yet, but that might be happening soon, and we anticipate to see the arrival of the president and his guests.
I believe that's Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on the right-hand side of the screen, standing with, I believe, Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, who's been international envoy of sorts for a variety of different issues abroad. He's been teamed up in a lot of those circumstances with Steve Witkoff, who is also in the room tonight. On the left-hand side, Jeff Bezos of Amazon.
And it will be interesting to know if the entertainment from the Marine Band will be a separate event in a separate room, or perhaps the band will come in and perform as people are at the table. There have been many state dinners of the past, and I believe it might have begun in the Kennedy years, but it certainly carried through into the 90s, where the presidential aides would play music in the room as people ate dinner. They'd play violins, actually, walking around the room playing violins as the guests ate their dinner. So it's also, keep in mind, Meg, such a massive undertaking for the White House residential staff to not only pull off an event like this as far as the decor and the food, but just getting it executed in terms of making sure everyone gets fed on time, that the food isn't cold. There is a lot of activity. The kitchen is one floor below, and it takes an army of presidential aides to get that food safely up to the state floor and also into the room to the guests. There was a former White House pastry chef, Roland Mesnier, who gave an interview once, and he made these extremely elaborate desserts, and the desserts were these very finely almost like candy ribbons, if you will, but he made everything from hand, and he used to always say that it gave him nightmares at the thought that even if the person serving it even hit a door frame accidentally slightly, the whole thing would fall apart.
So stressful.
So he always wanted to make sure that they were carefully, all the elaborate desserts and the elaborate meals were carefully put on the table. And it's also been noted by a lot of the resident staff that they don't quite know what dish will go where, so they want to make sure every dish is perfect and that every dish, whether it's on the president's seat or anyone's seat at the table, that every dish looks perfect for all of the guests attending.
Such an undertaking, a lot of pressure on those staff members as well.
Yes. And it looks like people might be taking their seats a little bit more now. The center aisle there in the center of the East Room appears to be clearing. We can maybe anticipate the arrival of the President and the King soon. And that window way at the end where the podium is, I can't quite tell if that's a head table over there. Or,
it appears to be. I was thinking the
same. It very well could be. And if the President does come in that entrance to the door just to the right of that, should that happen, he'd be coming in from the green room, which is the room just next door. And you've also probably seen him, Meg, many times as we've covered him during press conferences. Both him and President Biden have used that side of the room, both for bilats with foreign leaders, and they traditionally come in from that green room door, stand right in front of that center window before the media to give events.
Definitely appears that we are awaiting the arrival, what appears to be soon, of the President and the First Lady with the royal couple. Some changes being made up there to the front of the rooms, I think placed on that podium there.
They might have put remarks on that podium, and it does appear that might be a table where the President and his guests might be sitting. What's also interesting about this room, Meg, is it's changed so little in 125 years. There was a renovation to the White House during the Truman years in 1948 to 52, where the room was dismantled and put back together, but the look of the room, the walls, the floors, the chandeliers are really of the era of Theodore Roosevelt. And while there have been some changes and some upgrades, of course, over the years, it very much looks as it has for 125 years.
It is so interesting to be in those spaces of the White House that have been preserved, not necessarily renovated, but preserved in the era in which they were constructed and decorated.
That's right.
See Vice President J.D. Vance on the left-hand side of your screen.
Yes, and that is one of the candelabra we mentioned earlier that traditionally is in the state dining room that has been moved here for tonight. Some more activity near the podium. We're also expecting, Meg, at any moment when they arrive, we'll likely hear "Hail to the Chief" again, which always announces the president in the room. Started under President Polk many years ago.
When we start to hear that and see the movements that will indicate that the president and the first lady and royal couple are on their way into the room, we will step away and listen in so we can all hear what the guests in that state dining room are hearing.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump, accompanied by their Majesties, King Charles III and Queen Camilla.
Thank you very much. Please. This is a great honor, and we welcome Their Majesties King Charles III and Queen Camilla of the United Kingdom to the White House. Very special place, very, very special. And I also want to, before we really begin, I want to congratulate Charles on having made a fantastic speech today at Congress. He got the Democrats to stand. I've never been able to do that. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. They liked him more than they've ever liked any Republican or Democrat, actually. So I just want to thank you and congratulations. It's not an easy thing to do. That's a tough place. It's a true privilege to have you here for this historic state visit. Last fall, Melania and I had the pleasure of visiting Their Majesties at Windsor Castle, a structure that's so beautiful and so long that it never seemed to end. I looked down as a former real estate person, and it just went on forever. And it was built by a gentleman named William the Conqueror in the year 1070. And I asked the king, I said, was he a nice man, William the Conqueror? He said, I tend to doubt it. I don't think so. When they call you William the Conqueror, generally speaking, you're not going to be too nice, but he must have been something, because it was nothing like I've ever seen Windsor Castle. But tonight, in return, we are really doing something that's very special, preparing to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our Declaration of Independence, a big time in our country, very big time. And it's only natural that Americans begin this commemoration by paying tribute to the transcendent bond we share with the nation that Thomas Jefferson himself called our mother country. He used to go around saying, "That's our mother country." How nice. From English towns and Scottish hills, from Welsh mountains and Irish villages, a people unique in history, sailed across the mighty Atlantic to settle and civilize this continent in the name of God, king, and country. So beautiful. They called it New England and meant that very, very literally. The first Americans saw themselves as free men carrying the forward and central liberties and ancient rights of the Anglo-Saxons into this new and beautiful world. In the eyes of America's founders, our war of independence was fought not to reject this heritage, but to reclaim it and perfect it. As the founding father, George Mason, wrote, "We claim nothing but the liberty and privileges of Englishmen in the same degree as we had still continued among our brethren when we were in Great Britain." The Declaration of Independence was a miracle for the ages that sparked a far-reaching revolution in self-government and human freedom. But even though the political bonds between the United States and Great Britain were dissolved forever, they thought, on July 4th, 1776, the more powerful strands of memory, culture, and identity proved unbreakable in any conflict and grew into a friendship unlike any other on earth. A very, very special and incredible friendship. Historians have noted that to this day, the distinct regions of the United States still echo with the particular accents, habits, and traditions of the British communities that first settled them centuries ago. The names of half of the original American states refer to members of the British royal family, as do American cities from Charleston to Annapolis, Charlotte to Albany, and even the place where I grew up and actually loved very much, Queens, New York. Who would have thought? But far beyond names and principles, there's something unique and very special that has always united our two people, a certain nobility of spirit and heroic soul. The same audacity that called a small island kingdom to rule the seven seas, and rule them you did, inspired the children of 13 American colonies to explore a great frontier and a very, very dangerous frontier and settle what was known as the Wild, Wild West. The men who planted the American flag on the moon carried them. The same hunger for adventure and achievement as those who raised the Union Jack above Antarctica and first sailed St. George's Cross all around the globe. The American soldiers who crossed the Atlantic to freedom, rescue in 1944 were moved by the same keen sense of righteousness that drove the English Crusaders to the Holy Land 1,000 years ago. The entire world has been uplifted by this distinct and special character we share, this unstoppable daring, this unconquerable courage. It really is. It's unconquerable. And speaking of that, where's Rory McIlroy? Can stand up, Rory, will you please? That was unconquerable courage. That was very good, Rory. I don't know if that helps them talk about how wonderful the speech, but I had to interrupt my speech because I watched that man win a tournament. That was a tough one. Congratulations. Very proud of you. All right, now I'll get back to my speech, Rory, okay? But it was unconquerable courage, this inexhaustible supply of ambition, ingenuity, and resolve. From the trenches of World War I to the beaches of Normandy, from the frozen hills of Korea to the scorching sands of North Africa and the Middle East. And we're doing a little Middle East work right now, too, if you might know. And we're doing very well. We have militarily defeated that particular opponent. And we're never going to let that opponent ever, Charles agrees with me, even more than I do, we're never going to let that opponent have a nuclear weapon. They know that, and they've known it right now very powerfully. But our countries have stood together, defiant and triumphant against the forces of communism, fascism, and tyranny. Together we have expanded the reaches of human knowledge and endeavored always to make this world safer, more prosperous, more just, and more free. Ours is a treasured friendship, an eternal bond, and a true story of extraordinary heroism and skill. A lot of skill, tremendous skill. History has known no more powerful force than the combination of American patriotism and British pride. The British Empire that began here in America certainly did not end here. The sons and daughters of the British Isles went on to found more countries and spread more civilization than any nation before. They built an English-speaking world upon which the sun never sets and provided an example to which free people will always turn, that always turn. They have such love and such respect. Today, most of Britain's former colonies have no idea what they truly owe to this towering legacy of law, liberty, and British custom that they were given. We were given that, and it was a great, great gift. Tonight, on the eve of our 250th year of cherished independence, we turn to the sovereign embodiment of our British heritage and say sincerely thank you to our friends, the United Kingdom, for the richest inheritance that any nation has ever given to another. May our two countries stand together forever for liberty, for justice, and for the glory of God. Ladies and gentlemen, I offer a toast to 250 years of American freedom, and very importantly, to a great man, His Majesty, King Charles III. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, First Lady, my wife and I are most grateful to you for your generous hospitality as the United States celebrates this very special anniversary year of the Declaration of Independence. And may I also just start by paying tribute to your own courage and steadfastness, as well as to your security services, for their swift actions on Saturday evening in preventing further injury. My thoughts and sympathies are very much with you, the First Lady, and all those guests for whom this must have been a very upsetting incident. As the words of that famous anthem remind us, this is the land of the free and home of the brave, as your own response demonstrates. What used to be called in the last war in the United Kingdom, keep calm and carry on. I now realize, ladies and gentlemen, to my amazement, that my first visit to this remarkable country was over 50 years ago. And, Mr. President, the golden threads of history and heritage between our lands are also embodied, as you mentioned earlier today, in your own family and your own family story, whose roots trace back to the beautiful landscapes of Britain's Outer Hebrides and continue, as we know, in the great golf courses of the Highlands. I can only imagine the immense pride with which your own dear mother, indeed both your parents, must be looking down on the great office to which you have been elected for a historic second term. And if I may say so, it is a particular pleasure to be back in this wonderful building, the heart of your democracy. On this occasion, I cannot help noticing the readjustments to the East Wing, Mr. President, following your visit to Windsor Castle last year. And I'm sorry to say that we British, of course, made our own small attempt at real estate redevelopment of the White House in 1814. Anyway, I am so glad we have an important opportunity at this critical time to renew those bonds of history and friendship between our nations and our peoples. 2.5 centuries ago, the United States of America was founded through an audacious and visionary act of self-determination. From the beginning, the American character has been defined by courage, tenacity, and the spirit of adventure. As the direct descendant of King George III, I know this is a nation that never gives up. And my family's history remains reflected in your maps, which read rather like our Christmas card list across the ages. North and South Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, and the cities of Charleston, a particular favorite of mine, obviously, Georgetown, and for that matter, Georgia, Annapolis, as you mentioned, and further favorites, Prince William County and Williamsburg. This said, our French friends can feel equally at home with a glance at a map. Indeed, you recently commented, Mr. President, that if it were not for the United States, European countries would be speaking German. Dare I say that if it wasn't for us, you'd be speaking French. Of course, we both love our French cousins greatly, and we three estates are not only bound by our shared values, but by a profound belief that together we are more than the sum of our parts. Out of the fires of a bitter and bloody Revolutionary War, the triumph of the father of this country, George Washington, and his fellow founders, was to forge a democracy founded upon the rights to liberty and the rule of law. The story of Britain and America is one of reconciliation, from adversaries to the closest of allies, not always perhaps following the straightest path. As you said yourself, Mr. President, during your own state visit at Windsor Castle last year, ours is an unbreakable bond of history and heritage, culture and commerce, industry and invention, and we are determined to face the future together. Tonight, we are here to renew an indispensable alliance which has long been a cornerstone of prosperity and security for both British and American citizens. Our people have fought and fallen together in defense of the values we cherish. Across the ocean and from coast to coast, we have traded, innovated, and created together. We've stood together through the best and worst of times. However, the challenges we now face, from those who wish us harm across the world to balancing the risks and opportunities of powerful new technologies, to the threats to the very international rules that have allowed us to trade and have kept power in balance for 80 years, those challenges encourage us to reaffirm tonight the basis on which our partnership has been built. And yes, we have had our moments of difficulty, even in more recent history. When my mother visited in 1957, not the least of her tasks was to help put the special back into our relationship after a crisis in the Middle East. Nearly 70 years on, it is hard to imagine anything like that happening today. But it is not hard to see how important the relationship remains in matters both seen and unseen. My mother's first Prime Minister, Sir Winston Churchill, understood this so well. But then he himself was half American, a tradition of shared transatlantic heritage, which I am pleased to say is alive and well in the White House today. Indeed, such was the closeness that Sir Winston, while staying here in the White House, in those rooms you showed us upstairs, emerged naked from the bathtub to discover the door opening as President Roosevelt came in for a chat. With rapier wit, the President cast aside any embarrassment by declaring that the Prime Minister has nothing to conceal from the President of the United States. This warmth came after testing times between our leaders in the early 1940s. The kinship and friendship of many centuries provided great reassurance to my late grandfather, King George VI, as it did to my late mother. It means every bit as much to me. Of course, my late mother met no fewer than 13 serving presidents, thankfully all of them fully clothed. The first president I had the honor of meeting at the age of 10 in 1959 when he came to Balmoral was President Eisenhower, who had served as Supreme Commander of the Allied Expeditionary Forces during World War II at a most critical time in the darkest days of the 20th century. American leadership helped rebuild a shattered continent, playing a decisive role as a defender of freedom in Europe. We and I shall never forget that, not least as freedom is again under attack following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Today, our partnerships in NATO and AUKUS deepen our technological and military cooperation and ensure that together we can meet the challenges of an increasingly complex and contested world. And speaking of submarine alliances, there was one particular AUKUS predecessor, launched from a UK shipyard in 1944, that served for the majority of her life attached to the 4th Submarine Squadron in Australia, playing a critical role during the war in the Pacific. Her name? HMS Trump. So tonight, Mr. President, I am delighted to present to you, as a personal gift, the original bell which hung on the conning tower of your valiant namesake. May it stand as a testimony to our nation's shared history and shining future. And should you ever need to get hold of us, or just give us a ring. For 250 years, the ingenuity and imagination of the people of the United States have been an inspiration to the world. This land of opportunity has nourished some of humanity's greatest minds, from the industrial age to the space age. So many miracles of the modern world have been and still are invented in America. Indeed, we have followed the voyage of Artemis II, or Artemis II, as my family and I might like to call her, with close attention. Now, I know you have big plans for the moon, Mr. President, but I've actually checked the papers, and I rather suspect it is already part of the Commonwealth, I'm afraid. Ladies and gentlemen, on this week's visit, I look forward to meeting the people and communities of this dynamic country, including celebrating some of the work of my King's Trust, which it has been doing in these communities, helping give young people a chance to succeed across America in this year when we mark 50 years of the Trust. Can you believe it? Every year, millions of Britons journey to this remarkable country to experience its glorious national parks, soaring mountains and ancient forests. From the peaks of the Pacific Northwest to the rugged shores of the Atlantic, from the vast expanses of the West to the sweeping prairies and canyons, the natural beauty of this land is found in every corner. And in sport, in just a few weeks, the United States and Canada will be among those to welcome the world as hosts of the FIFA World Cup. So in one sense, Mr. President, as heads of state, we are joint hosts. We call this game, by the way, football, Mr. President. And I can only say, as the head of state of 5 competing countries, I will be watching the matches closely and with great enthusiasm. After all, we always like favorable odds. So this city, Washington, D.C., is the home of more Shakespeare folios than anywhere in the world. 82 copies are carefully preserved and shared at the Folger Library. And at this time, when the search for peace in the world is more critical than ever, I can only turn to Shakespeare's genius to remind us of the plea for peace spoken by the Duke of Burgundy at the conclusion of Henry V. My speech entreats that I may know why gentle peace should not bless us with her former qualities. Thank you, Mr. President and Mrs. Trump, for your splendid dinner this evening, which, may I say, is a very considerable improvement on the Boston Tea Party. So, whether your cup contains tea, wine, Scotch whiskey, bourbon, or even cola, let us raise our glasses and voices as we toast the past, the present, and the future, thank you, of our 2 proud and allied nations. To the United States and the United Kingdom, God bless both our countries.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. There's your bell. Great job. That's so beautiful.
You've been listening to toasts by President Donald Trump and King Charles III as part of this state dinner here at the White House. I'm back here with Jack Arresto. And Jack, I want to go through a little bit to talk about what we heard. These are, as we noted, this is a familiar kind of environment. It's not casual, certainly. It's probably one of the most formal dinners I've ever seen, but at least the conversation between the leaders and the vibe that they kind of put out there to each other. What stood out to you when you think back to maybe what the president was talking about? Is there anything in particular?
Well, I think there was definitely a lot of gestures of goodwill on both parts. I mean, what's interesting is both of them referenced how so many states and cities in America are named after either British monarchs or British culture. We heard the president say that about Charleston and Annapolis. We've also heard the king say it as well, which one funny moment was when he referenced Prince William County here outside of Washington, which obviously holds a soft spot for him with his son. Clearly not named after the current Prince William,
right.
but nonetheless a moment of levity in the evening. We saw a lot of different moments of levity in the evening. We also heard the king kind of reference the East Wing renovations that are going on with President Trump right now. And if I may, I want to quote him here saying that the British made our own small real estate redevelopment of the White House back in 1814. He was, of course, referencing that event in American history where the British actually burned down the White House in the War of 1812. Maybe not a moment of pure levity, but definitely a reference right now and still a gesture of goodwill that the relationship has since healed. He talked about the reconciliation of the two countries and how we, at one point, were adversaries and now we're the strongest of allies. So it was very clear from watching the president's toast and also the king's toast that today seemed to be a productive day for their talks, both in terms of Iran, as the president mentioned, but also in the general goodwill and the strong union between the United States and the United Kingdom.
I think it is interesting to think about those kind of, they're not jabs, but I mean, they're kind of like lighthearted jabs at each other.
It's a little roast in the toast.
It is. That's perfect. That's exactly what I was going for.
Yeah.
But we did also hear a bit of politics and current events creep into these. The one of the first things that King Charles said when it was his turn to stand up and give his toast was a reference to the shooting at the White House
That's
Correspondents' Dinner, and to express his appreciation for those who kept attendees safe, and also his sympathy for people who were affected by that. Said it must have been a very upsetting incident, and then made reference to what is known as a traditional British expression that's popped up now and again: keep calm and carry on. Kind of just encouraging Americans to these things happen, and we hate to see it, and it's unfortunate, but perseverance.
And he made that a point to start with. You know, he did not kind of get to that at some point in his speech. He started the toast by saying he was happy and relieved that both the president and the first lady and all of the attendees in the room that night were safe, and gave credit to the president's security forces as well.
And you mentioned Iran just a moment ago. That is, while not specifically mentioned maybe by the president in his remarks, there was a reference to the situation in the Middle East. And it stood out to me that when President Trump was saying, yes, you know, the king of Great Britain agrees with me, he didn't say the king. Instead, he said, and Charles agrees with me that that country, meaning Iran, should not have a nuclear weapon, which is a level of familiarity we haven't quite seen
He did
until
call
now.
him Charles, that is correct, yes. Maybe they're on a first name basis now.
I mean, they have been kind of friendly, you know, and seem chummy today. Some of our reporter who is in the room, Darlene Superville, who's on our White House team, was observing these toasts as they were happening, and said that during the latter portion of the King's toast, President Trump had stood up, purportedly because he would be greeting him as he exited the podium area and came back down to the table, but stood up and noted that he was looking at the king somewhat adoringly, was the verbiage she used. But that's, again, it's a supportive, kind of friendly friendship vibe that we're seeing between them.
And it's, you know, it's common knowledge that the president has said many, many times how much he respects the royal family, and he's often talked about his late mother and how much she admired the late Queen Elizabeth. And it was also a moment in the King's toast to reference the president's mother, who, of course, as you know, Meg, was born in Scotland. So I think that the president has often talked about how both of his parents have meant a great deal to him in different ways. His father was a great influence on him in the business world, but his mother was also a great influence on his life. And I've rarely heard the king, I've rarely heard the president, rather, talk about the United Kingdom or visit the United Kingdom without referencing his mother and her Scottish roots. So the king definitely made a point tonight to mention her in his toast as well, which I'm sure was significant to the president.
Absolutely. Are there any other moments or comments from these toasts, which are kind of like mini speeches? They're certainly longer than any toast I've given, but any other moments that stand out to you that we haven't talked about?
I think what's interesting is the king also mentioned that he first came here about 50 years ago, and we've mentioned several times in this podcast that, or this live stream rather.
It could be a podcast. Would you subscribe?
Yes.
Let us know.
That he's been here, of course. I think this is his 20th visit, as we mentioned, and you know, what he didn't mention tonight, but he's often mentioned in the past, is on one of his first trips here in the early 1970s. It was under the administration of President Nixon, and at the time, President Nixon had a daughter, Tricia Nixon, who at the time was not married, and there was a lot of speculation in Washington circles that the then single Prince of Wales, Charles, would perhaps maybe hit it off with then the president's daughter, Tricia Nixon. It did not happen, of course. We know how history panned out, but the prince, in the past at least, has made joking references to that. We did not hear that tonight, but I wouldn't be surprised if we hear it at some point before the end of the visit, because that was a funny moment, if you will, from one of his first visits here over 50 years ago.
Absolutely. So many details about all of these visits, since he has been here so many times. Clearly, this royal visit will be ongoing for 2 more days.
That's right.
You will be along for the final day of that in Virginia. Of course, the royal couple goes to New York City tomorrow for those events we've talked about. Is there anything, when we look back on the events that have happened here in Washington over the last 2 days, that stands out, given how much attention you've paid to royal visits and state visits in the
Sure.
past. What is your takeaway from the first half?
You know, it's interesting. The king seems very relaxed to be here, and certainly I don't want to speak for him, but
Sure.
he seems to be enjoying himself. You know, we've seen him at several events now. We've seen him at the White House for tea yesterday with the Queen. We've seen him now go to the Congress today, but we also saw him mingling on this live stream yesterday at the garden party at the ambassador's residence, and he's definitely spending time with people. We've seen him shaking hands and introducing. We've seen the Queen have several events with the First Lady. They went to the tennis pavilion today. They met a lot of different children. They were handing out books. So it definitely seems to be a trip where both royals seem to be at ease to be here in the U.S. They seem to be at ease at the White House tonight. We just saw them at the dinner. We saw the Queen laughing at the end of the toast. There seems to be goodwill around the room. So I think that is what stands out so far on this trip. It's been a busy schedule.
It has. There's been a lot going on. There will be a lot over the next couple of days. Jack, thank you so much, as always, for your insights, and especially the royal presidential history mashup. That is absolutely what I needed for my own edification, but also to share with our viewers. So thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you, Meg.
And thank you all for being here along with us for this live coverage of the visit to the United States by the King and Queen, King Charles and Queen Camilla. Again, they will be headed to New York City tomorrow, where they will have a variety of events before returning here to Washington. And on Thursday, we'll be doing events in Virginia related to conservation, a community block party, and a horse racing event before they depart the United States and head to Bermuda. So thank you so much for being with us for day 2 of this royal visit. And the AP will continue throughout the rest of this week to bring you live coverage of the other events on the King and Queen schedule. Thank you so much for being with us today, and we will bring you more coverage tomorrow. Good night.